They urge us to give them more information and knowledge and experiences about.
My name is Honorable Dr. Wilbur Otitilo.
Like the social media.
My name is Zena
very, very
Bondati.
important.
My name is
passing messages easily, quickly, and to a large group of people. And it's also interactive. So farmers and other stakeholders ask questions and they're able to get responses in real time. Then thirdly, expanding the reach to those who have not been reached, because the interest has been immense. And so these people out there who are also eager to make informed
I am a science journalist to the Nation Media Group,
specifically NTV.
I am a lawyer.
So they can also be able to
am the Chief Executive Officer of the Cereal Growers Association.
I'm a member of Parliament for Emuhaya constituency.
For innovative agricultural technologies to reach the small-scale farmers in Sub-Saharan Africa, we need an environment that favors all technologies so that the farmer gets choice. And we have seen a number of
Ofab since 2012.
Since the inception of the Kenyan Ofab, I have been there.
From 2009 to date, I have been working very closely with the Ofab.
Ofab Kenya was formed in 2006 as a collaborative initiative between the African Agricultural Technology Foundation and ISA AfriCenter. The AfriCenter provides the secretariat and the coordination of the activities.
As first when it started, it was sort face-to-face with the public, say through luncheons or through the media, would be a way of interacting together and demystifying this biotechnology in respect of agriculture development, the small-scale farmers.
Before Ofab Kenya started operating, there were many institutions that were working on different aspects of biotechnology, but there was no that interaction on one-on-one, the personalized interactions that would help stakeholders relieve themselves of the fears that they had of the technology, and the policymakers to get to interact one-on-one with the scientists, and the consumers also to get a platform where they could air their concerns about the technology and being addressed in real time.
Before Ofab, most people didn't know really about biotechnology.
I think before there was very little information on the ground, and you know it would cut across from maybe registrators all the way to the common people, even some of the scientists.
Previously, there was not much that brought people together. But this platform brought people from the industry, people from the universities, people from research, and generally from the farming community. And with that, there was that networking, even those people who are against the technology, because Ofab did not only bring in people who are supporting the technology. It also gave opportunity to those people who are against the technology to attend. And then that brought a better understanding of the technology, because we could listen to those people who are against and those who are for the technology.
The objectives of Ofab Kenya is to provide a networking platform where stakeholders can come together, share that knowledge, share their experiences, and also explore different ways and avenues of getting knowledge that would enhance policy choices and also the choices that farmers and end users would make about this technology.
Ofab put together the different groups, got experts to explain various aspects of modern biotechnology, whether technical, scientific, legal, all the experts that were needed. If Ofab was able to create that forum and to bring in expertise from different areas. If we needed to hear from farmers, like a farmer from Burkina Faso, where they grow cotton, Ofab was able to organize that and would have that in the forum they would discuss with, and would bring our local farmers for them to at least exchange.
One of Ofab Kenya chapter's strategies is outreach to the grassroots in line with the devolved structure of governance in Kenya. And here, there were lots of misinformation, starting from the farmers, the county leadership, and even the media.
These kind of interactions, and through the work that Ofab is doing, they've been able to get to hear a lot, get to learn a lot, and I would think that it's probably contributed to the positive change in perceptions that we are seeing amongst farmers. Because as you move around today, you hear a lot of small-scale farmers openly tell you that we're looking for that technology. We're looking for something that is going to help us to be a lot more competitive. We're looking for something that's going to help us to produce at less cost and harvest more. And when you hear that from small-scale farmers, it shows that the activities of Ofab have had some impact, a positive impact at that.
Kutoka leo nimekuja kujua mahindi ya GMO ni mahindi kama mahindi yale ingine. Nimejua mpaka kwamba duniani kama South Africa watu wamekula GMO food for 17 years. Mimi nilikuwa nafikiria sisi ndio tunakuja kufanyiwa test na hizo mahindi. Sasa nimekuja kujua zimekuliwa na watu wengine, na kwa hivyo kutoka leo nimebadilisha my perception. Nita embrace GMO food mimi maize zikikuja hapa, na nitaanza kuzilima, nitazikula bila kuziogopa sasa.
We came to a county where a function is organized. Actually about two functions were organized with the farmers from Busia County, and they were sharing about BT cotton, and I think that it was quite an eye-opening event for the farmers of my county. And also apart from that, we have had some forums to share about the activities with other county ministers.
We have also been able to repackage technical information into fact sheets and easy to read and use material, especially for the media, and this has helped the media a lot because we have seen improved media reporting. Another strategy that has been very successful is the Seeing is Believing study tours that have exposed different stakeholders to the capacities in the country, the products that are on research in different parts of the world, and even the farmers that are growing these crops.
Ofab has had a chance to get access to members of parliament. They have come here, talked to parliament. They have even organized field trips for members of parliament for Committee on Environment, Natural Resources, and Committee on Science, Technology. We have been able to take members of parliament to see.
During the South African trip, we had a chance to visit a lot of farms.
I have traveled to other countries, including South Africa, to visit farmers and to see for myself their crops, maize crops and cotton in farms.
When I went to the study tour in South Africa, we went to several farms, and we went to a maize farm, we went to a soybean farm, and we went to a cotton farm.
I was able to get an experience in India, something that really changed my mindset, my thinking, in terms of how people look at cotton, BT cotton, and how farmers in India are really making money.
Members of parliament were able to see the process from the time we have the extraction of the genes to the level of where they have all these fertilizations and so on, to all the precautions that are taken.
You know how everybody makes noise about GM, that everybody assumes that you take a needle, inject into something, and then it becomes deformed or something. The cotton I saw, the maize I saw, and the soybean I saw looks exactly the same as every other soybean, every other cotton, every other maize.
Looking at it, there was nothing that would tell you it is GMO.
And the cobs, when we stopped to buy the maize by the roadside, the cobs were this big, and everybody got their own mahindi choma.
I learned so much in India, and I saw that, for example, the almost over 95% of their cotton is BT cotton.
I remember I took several pictures and I posted on my Facebook, and I got people asking me so many questions like, why would you eat GMO? Oh my God, you know you're going to get cancer. You know you're going to get cancer. And lucky for me, I didn't even need to answer those questions because one of my close friends is a scientist, is an agriculture scientist, and she's the one who answered all those questions, and she told them, really people, the world has been eating GMO for the last 22 years. Who have you seen has a tail?
As a Kenyan minister from the county government, it really changed my thinking. And I'm glad that we were more than two were there from the counties. So it's all because of Ofab that I was able to have that experience. again as a person.
I was convinced that biotechnology is the way to go if Africa, and more so our own country, Kenya, has to produce adequate food for the population and produce cotton for our ginneries and textile farms, which have collapsed.
Majority of the members of parliament who are against GMO, quite a number of them now are advocates of GMO.
Over the years, I can confidently say we have made tremendous achievements. Biotechnology has become a public policy agenda issue with a lot of interest from different stakeholders. Secondly, parliamentarians have become champions for the technology, where we had even some that were very negative, but now they have appreciated the knowledge that we have been able to share through this platform. Thirdly, the media are increasingly reporting more balanced articles, more accurate information is going out to the different stakeholders, and the farmers have strongly advocated for the need to access the technology based on the information and experiences we have been able to share from the different corners of the world.
I must really appreciate Ofab, first of all, for making me to get to know some of these technologies.
Ofab has given me a lot of exposure.
When we were discussing the bill, they gave us a lot of information. They organized for us as members of parliament for breakfast meetings for members of parliament to understand.
Ofab being able to organize this, I think, has helped even me as a drafter of law to know if I say, for example, let's put this in the law, when I don't know what it is I'm talking about, it makes it very abstract. Sometimes I can insist that yes, it has to be there, yet when you experience it, you'll find that it should not be as cumbersome as when you have not experienced it.
It has enabled me to increase my network among my fellow scientists and even other people that we've met. We meet key people, especially when we go to the counties, so we have managed to make friends and even network.
Ofab also helped me to meet my first employer, that is Dr. Maurice Polo of Sinovent Sector. We met at Ofab actually. Also, Ofab created a platform where I could meet my life mentor, Dr. Edwardina Ndine from Nakosti. And these two people have played a very critical role in my life.
The other benefit I see is that I've been able, even from my own perspective as a scientist, to be able to also educate people about this technology.
I think my mind is now more open than it was before I became a science journalist. I can now argue from the basis of knowledge as opposed to on the basis of I heard someone say this, I heard a politician say this. I can argue because I read it. I can argue because I have seen it.
Personally, having been involved in biotechnology and practically testing some of these technologies, I can say confidently that I am a champion of biotechnology. And this is because I understand the technology.
Looking into the future, what do we hope to do? Engagement of the youth is very important because we have learned one big lesson, that Kenya has a youthful community that is looking out to be farmers, but they want to do smart farming. They don't want to use the old technologies. And so they urge us to give them more information and knowledge and experiences about this technology. Secondly, the new and emerging media platforms, like the social media, very, very important in passing messages easily, quickly, and to a large group of people. And it's also interactive. So farmers and other stakeholders ask questions and they're able to get responses in real time. Then thirdly, expanding the reach to those who have not been reached, because the interest has been immense. And so these people out there who are also eager to make informed decisions and choices are the ones that we are going to concentrate on, so that they can also be able to get the evidence and then interrogate the technology so that they can be able to make that informed choice that they wish to make.
For innovative agricultural technologies to reach the small-scale farmers in sub-Saharan Africa, we need an environment that favors all technologies so that a farmer gets choice. And we have seen a number of, in Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Nigeria, progress being made even through policy making at the parliamentary level. And that one, there is a need of keeping supporting it. And on that note, I want to thank the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation that is funding this program. But not only stop there, but thank also the institutions and the individuals, the institutions hosting these Ofab chapters and the individuals leading for making it a success.
My favorite tuber, cassava. But this crop suffers cassava brown streak disease, a disease that's cited as 7th most dangerous in plant. Kenya, a country known for World Athletics Championships, has a solution. After 20 years of research, Kenya has approved 3 biotech crops. They approved BT cotton and BT maize, and in 2021, cassava resistant to cassava brown streak. What does this mean to a country that is still food insecure with a limping manufacturing sector?
Every profitable agricultural system is underpinned by strong access to superior seeds genetics that will enable the
farmers genetically superior seeds. Local scientists have been working on various biotech crops, some of which have already been commercialized.
Now, the leading crop, of course, is the BT cotton. Now, BT cotton is the first product that was, at least has moved on to full commercialization, and it's already down with the farmers. This is a project that has also gone through the various phases of research in containment, confined field trials, and the final approval for commercialization was given in 28th of January 2020.
Tofauti ya hii BT cotton na hii ni kwamba tunapanda hii ya BT mbegu mbili, lakini hii tunaweka kama 5 hivi. Hii ya BT inamea tu, ikifika hapo karibu inchi 4 inaanza kutoa flowers. Lakini hii yetu hii inachukua muda kabisa, na hii BT inakaa kabisa kunyunyizia dawa ni mpaka wakati wa karibu kuvuna, lakini hii unanyunyizia wakati kama nyingine na kwenda juu mpaka wakati imekuwa namna hii. Sasa
we have been able to give farmers these superior seeds, and the farmers are happy because they see higher yields, they see lower costs in terms because they are using less chemicals, and it's also safer for the environment because we are not killing, because most of the chemicals are not selective, so they kill non-target insects that are beneficial to other cropping systems.
The key characteristics of BT is that it protects itself from borrowers. We know cotton before, farmers needed to spray between 12 times to 15 times to get a sensible crop at the end of the season. But now with BT, farmers will probably require between 3 to 4 sprays to protect the crop against whiteflies, aphids, and mites, and then stainers, which are not managed by the BT.
Hii bamba nilikuwa nimelima BT eka 2, na hii nyingine ya nilikuwa nimelima eka 2, na BT ni nimefuna kilo 280, na hii nyingine ya nimefuna kilo 40. Sasa nikilinganisha hii na hii nyingine, naona BT inafanya vizuri kuliko hii nyingine, na wakati mwingine naona nitaendelea kupanda BT peke yake sababu ndio naona iko na mafuno nyingi kuliko nyingine.
I'll tell you for sure, as we will be number 1 beneficiary of the BT cotton, and I can tell you why. When the president lifted the ban of the BT cotton, it's a big celebration for us because of one thing is productivity. of cotton, because currently we are using recycled cotton, which is conventional cotton, which gives us maybe 300-400 kilos per acre. But you can imagine this BT cotton will give us 3 times that. As Rivertex here, we provide the markets access to those products. If we get the BT cotton at the margin that we require, 30,000, even 30,000 bales per year, we can definitely be able to say we are now Kenya, we are now proudly Kenyan, because we'll have all the raw materials sourced here.
We started with cotton. I know that there are plans for other products, and it's always important to ensure that farmers get access to the latest technologies, because that is what would incentivize them to stay and to continue producing more. Partnership between ourselves and the farmers and the industry would ensure that we can localize this chain, and therefore when we talk about Buy Kenya and Building Kenya, it will be something that is quite deep and starts from the farmer to the fashion designer.
In addition to BT cotton, Kenya has approved 2 other biotech food crops, BT maize and genetically modified cassava. This maize has been improved to resist the stem borer, which accounts for 30% loss in yields for farmers. The biotech cassava has been improved to resist cassava brown streak disease, which is a devastating disease for farmers because it causes up to 100% loss. And sadly, it is only during harvesting that farmers realize all their crop is lost. There are no known conventional methods so far to manage this disease. And so with the biotech tools that our Kenyan scientists are using, it has already gone through the confined field trials, shown that it resists the disease, and submitted to the National Biosafety Authority.
The latest application that we have reviewed at the National Biosafety Authority is the brown streak resistant cassava. This of course is an application that has been with us through its phases of development from the laboratory confined field trials up to now. The application has gone through the due process, and our due process involves food and feed safety assessment, environmental risk assessment, and of course socio-economic consideration. It has passed all those stages, and that's how the board in its judgment approved the GM cassava for the next process business performance trials.
Katika ukulima upande wa mihogo huwa kuna zile changamoto huwa tunapitia kama wakulima, ambazo kuna magonjwa kama brown streak, na hizo sana huwa zinaingia kwa mzizi wa ule mhogo na unaathiri kile ambacho kiko ndani, ambacho kinaweza kikanisaidia kwa kupata mapato kidogo.
The challenge of cassava brown streak is it affects the part of the cassava that is eaten. So once the cassava is the root itself is affected by the brown streak, it changes the color from what we call the white or cream into browning. Some of them browning can actually be very hard. It eventually becomes it is destroyed and it can no longer be consumed either by animals or human beings. So this has become a major disease, and is considered to be one of the 7 most dangerous diseases in plants.
Ni vizuri kama tukipata mbegu ambazo zingekuwa zinaweza stahimili hayo magonjwa, na pia mbegu ambazo zinaweza stahimili pia ukame. Maana ukame pia ukiwa mwingi huwa tunapoteza mbegu sana.
The key challenges that have been hampering the uptake of this technology in Kenya and indeed in Africa are: 1, delayed decision making due to overlapping mandates among government agencies that are in charge of regulating or developing policies for biotechnology and biosafety. 2, lengthy, costly, and unpredictable regulatory process, and sometimes interference from politicians on the decisions that scientists. 3, misinformation and aggressive activism against agricultural biotechnology due to varied perceptions about the safety to humans and the environment of biotech crops and foods, despite the long history of safe use.
For us as a regulatory agency, we are focused on safety to human and animal health, and safety to the environment. Now, any product that leaves our hands for commercialization, indeed, we would have carried out due diligence to ensure that it is safe as a food and a feed, and it is also safe for the environment. This of course, will have been done using standard protocols that are established in the global arena for food and feed safety and also environmental safety. So anything that the National Biosafety Authority will approve for commercialization, or we have approved for commercialization, BT maize, BT cotton, and GM cassava, have gone through the rigor of this process, and I can confirm that they are safe as food and feed, and there are no environmental concerns. They are safe to our environment.
Moving forward, we are excited that biotech crops are now in the hands of Kenyan farmers, and they are going to demonstrate the impact and potential to all those doubting stakeholders. Two, we need to strengthen stewardship and proper management of biotech crops for optimal benefits to farmers, and to also ensure that we intensify grassroots sensitization to sustain this momentum. Lastly, as we celebrate the gains, we are cognizant of the fast developments of the biotech sector. At ISA AfriCenter, we have gained enormous experiences and learned many lessons that are key to accelerating advancements and uptake of new breeding tools such as genome editing. To this end, we invite you to join the African Coalition on Communicating about Genome Editing. This is an inclusive platform that is going to be instrumental in transitioning Africa from the debate mode to delivering modern biotech tools to our end users through a multidisciplinary and multisectoral approach to communications.
Na hiyo pestis. Kwa hiyo muda hii kwa majina naitwa Peter Kipchumba. Mimi ni mkulima katika sublocation hii ya Kabluk. Hapa ni Chepkembe Farm, mahali nilianza kupanda pamba. Nimeshawahi kupanda pamba kwa muda mrefu sana, karibu miaka 16 hivi. Lakini ikafikia mahali sikuweza kuendelea sababu nilikuwa na ile changamoto ya kutokuwa na bei, ilikuwa ya chini, na mara saa zingine mambo ya pesa ilikuwa inanisumbua. Wakati ikianza tu ikiwa kidogo, ikiwa pato angali chakuwa kubwa zaidi, ilikuwa na pikanga tawa karibu mara 2 kwa wiki. Lakini ikifikia ile kiwango sasa, ile imekuwa kubwa karibu size hii, unaona nilikuwa nikiongeza madawa kupika karibu mara 3 ndio nipate kukabiliana na hiyo pesti. Kwa hiyo muda hiyo wote mpaka wakati wa kuvuna nilikuwa nafikanga karibu mara 12 hivi. Hiyo ndio sasa hiyo wakati wa ya hiyo mbegu ya zamani. Ikawa sasa ikafikia sasa wakati ile ilitangazwa kuna mbegu zingine ile inaweza kusaidia. Sasa nikaona nijaribu. Sasa nimejaribu hii na nikaona ni afadhali kushinda ile nyingine, sababu hii inaanza kushika maua ikiwa kidogo, ikienda juu inaanzia chini, ikienda juu. Karibu tuseme karibu futi mbili. Sema hii ni futi mbili, lakini ile ingine ilikuwa inaanzia kitu futi 3. Ile mbegu ya zamani tulikuwa tukipanda tukitumia hiyo mbegu, tulikuwa tukiwekanga tule mbegu. Ile ukishika tu hivi kama 6 hivi 5 unaweka kwa shimo moja. Alafu sasa uanze tena ikifikia wakati wa kung'oa, unang'oa ubakishe hiyo mbili. Lakini nikaona hii ni afadhali sababu ukipanda mbili inatoka tu vile ilikuwa. Sasa unaona hata afya yao inaanza mapema, lakini hiyo ingine ukipanda tu hiyo itafikia sasa wakati wa kung'oa utakuta sasa imepitana kwa growth. Haitashikana, ingine itakuwa chini, ingine itakuwa imekuja juu. Lakini hii inakuja pole moja. Sasa ndio nimefurahia, nikaona hii ni afadhali. Natarajia hivi nisaidie kwa wakati mwingine, sababu nataka nijilie generator ya maji. Alafu nitakuwa sasa nafanya hiyo irrigation, hiyo ya kuspray na kuendeleza sasa kupanda pamba kwa wingi na kupanua mashamba nipate ingine kuongeza. Haitakuwa sasa saizi. Nataka nipande kabisa ndio nipate pesa ya kutoshelesha ile mahitaji ambayo mimi nataka.
Kwa majina naitwa Mahmud Omar Masemo. Mimi ni mkulima wa pamba. Nimeanza kulima pamba tokea mwaka wa 2014. Mpaka sasa hii 2020, hiyo ni kama miaka 6. Lakini huko nyuma kuanzia 2014 tulikuwa tukipanda hat at 9. Hata tulikuwa tumepoteza matumaini ya kulima pamba kwa sababu tulikuwa tunaona inatupeleka mahali ambapo sipo. But kwa mwaka huu ambao ni 2020 tumepata mbegu ya BT ambayo tumeipanda, na ndio hii hata kwa hii shamba, sababu nimeipanda tarehe 15 mwezi wa 5 mpaka sasa hivi nimeanza kuvuna, hiyo kama miezi 4. Kwa hiyo ni matumaini kwamba mbegu hii ikisambazwa vizuri huenda wakulima wote wakalima pamba, kwa sababu uzuri wa mbegu hii mimi nasema mbegu zake ukipanda wakati wa kumea zinamea zote tuseme. Alafu BT uzuri mwingine pia ni kwamba yenyewe inapigana na magonjwa. So hapa kama mimi sasa nimepiga dawa only once, ambapo kama ilikuwa ni ile nyingine mgongo ungechoka, kwa sababu ni kila wakati unaingia na sikupiga kwa sababu hata nilikuwa ninazuia tu just hapa. Ndio just wako hapa ndio nikapiga. Lakini zile variety nyingine kama hiyo hat at 9, my friend, it's not a joke. Hata wakulima wakiuliza nasema baba sitaki. Gharama nayo inazidi kwa mkulima. Mkulima huyo anataka vitu ambavyo akikuza pengine gharama iwe chini na apate faida. Sasa kama umeenda kwa madawa, umeingia mfukoni mpaka umepita kiasi, kwa hiyo ni kwamba hiyo pamba haitalipa ile gharama. But kulingana na hii BT gharama ni chache. Alafu early maturity naona ni early maturity. Alafu pia iko white kabisa, si kama ile nyingine ambayo iko kipande hiyo hati 89 utapata iko imedungwa na wale tunawaita cotton stainers, lakini hapa hata pia hawaonekani cotton stainers, lakini kule unakuta hapo ndio nyumba yao. Matarajio yangu mwaka huu nimepanda hii kidogo, lakini mwaka ujao nataka nipande nyingi zaidi, kwa sababu hii BT cotton vile tulivyofundishwa huwa kwa ekari moja haitoi tani moja peke yake, 1.4 tons. Sasa ukikosa rudi pale kwa tani moja, lakini kwa hati haufikii hata ile tani moja, ni kilo 700 600. Kwa hiyo matarajio yangu nataka mwaka ujao nipande kwa wingi, ndio kama nikulipa school fees nilipe, kama ni kumalizia nyumba yangu kujenga nimalize, kama ni kufungua M-Pesa pia na mimi nikae huko wakati wa jua niwe napata pesa kidogo kidogo, ama kama ni kufungua kompyuta, vitu kama hizo naweza nunua, zinaitwa rasilimali. Unanunua, unawekeza, ndio watoto wakisoma wanakuja kufanya kazi na waajiri tu wakiwa wametoka shule, sio waende watafute kazi. Kwa hiyo hii pamba ni kama kazi yenyewe tayari, ukipenda ni kazi.
We started these awards 3 years ago, in 2017. The Africa, or the Ofab Africa Media Awards, to recognize the we started these awards 3 years ago, in 2017. The Africa, or the Ofab Africa Media Awards, to recognize the role of the journalists through the media, what they play in promoting these agricultural technologies in general, but in particular on agriculture biotechnology. Through responsive, professionalism, ethical, and effective reporting.
Science, technology, especially biotechnology, can be used for transformation of African economies, starting with agriculture, going to health, going to industry, going to environment, and so forth. That was, as far as African nation is concerned, science is the core for transformation of the continent.
The Ofab Africa Media Awards start at the chapter levels, at the country level, the 7 participating countries in Ofab. Out of these, those who win at the country level, they are the ones that have competed at the continental level. So as Nancy said, everybody who is here tonight, of the journalists, is a winner. Can we clap for them for that?
I'm indeed honored and privileged to have been picked to speak on behalf of a stellar cast of judges for this year's Media Award. We have looked at it through these prisms: scientific accuracy, originality, clarity, impact, value in fostering better understanding, innovation, initiative, and research. The judges took all this into consideration in arriving at the finalists and winners in each category, as well as the overall winner. The work done was by votes after serious scrutiny of submission by contestants.
Are you ready to know who the overall winner is tonight? Who the Ofab Africa Journalist of the Year Award for 2019 is? If you are, please welcome with me up here the man to give us the winner, Dr. Dennis Chetere, who is the Executive Director of
So which kind of dance are you there do for me?
In the category, the Ofab Journalist of the Year. I'm reading as it is. The position winner and the name is no other and the name is Gabriel Kundaka from Kenya.
Is served. There's enough food for everyone, so the food is set up outside at the lobby. If you step outside on your left, you'll see the tables. That's where the food is. So we'll start from the last table near the door, and then we'll proceed from there. Okay, since they're not ready, we'll do this. Let me have this table, the first table and the second table. We'll make our way to the lobby and have our serving of food. Then we can proceed from there. All right. I'm being given a very interesting update. So kindly maintain your seats. We'll be served with soup on our tables. After that, we'll go and serve the food. So the soup will be brought to your table. Just enjoy the music as we are having our soup, and we'll serve the food later on. Thank you.
To recognize the role of journalists through the media, what they play in promoting these agricultural technologies in general, but in particular on agriculture by technology. Through responsive, professionalism, ethical, and effective reporting.
Science, technology, especially biotechnology, can be used for transformation of African economies. Starting with agriculture, going to health, going to industry, going to environment, and so forth. As far as African nations are concerned, science is the core for transformation of the continent.
The Ofab Africa Media Awards start at the chapter level, at the country level, the 7 participating countries in Ofab. Out of these, those who win at the country level, they are the ones that have competed at the continental level. So as Nancy said, everybody who is here tonight of the journalists is a winner. Can we clap for them?
I'm indeed honored and privileged to have been picked to speak on behalf of a stellar cast of judges for this year's Media Award. We have looked at it through these prisms: scientific accuracy, originality, clarity, impact, value in fostering better understanding, innovation, initiative, and research. The judges took all this into consideration in arriving at the finalists and winners in each category, as well as the overall winner. The work done was by votes after serious scrutiny, submission by contestants.
Are you ready to know who the overall winner is tonight? Who the Ofab Africa Journalist of the Year Award for 2019 is? If you are, please, welcome up here. The man to give us the winner, Dr. Dennis Shekere, who is the Executive Director of
The category, the Ofab Journalist of the Year. The position winner, and the name is no other. And the name is Gabriel Kundaka from Kenya.
Thank you so much, Ofab Africa, my fellow journalists here, scientists who've been guiding me throughout this process. It wasn't my task alone, I would like to say that. I've been working closely with my colleagues, some from, like for example, people like Suleiman Okoth, who get through my whole procedure, people like Ezekiel from ISA have been so much helpful to me. The truth is we're not scientists. So whatever we do, we have to consult our colleagues, we have to get input from them, to make it credible before we publish it. I appreciate so much. Like they said, we are all winners. We are all winners, so let's help ourselves, please. And let's keep on shaping this perception about biotech. It's the only solution to food insecurity. For us to food secure, we have to embrace biotech. Thank you so much. Let's keep on shaping the perception.
When telling his stories, he was born in a small village, and being the last born of a peasant farmer, his first series of science, research, and technology innovation stories, dubbed Ofab, Technologia, aired on QTV, a TV channel owned by Nation Media Group in 2016. The stories described how simple researches and innovations changed lives in the villages. After receiving his postgraduate course in multimedia journalism from the Aga Khan University Graduate School of Media, Lusige embarked on a new community science, research, and technology show dubbed Techno Hammer, which has since aired on Kenya's 24/7 TV channel KTN News, which earned the second position for the gender reporting category in 2017 Media Council of Kenya Awards. This gentleman is currently working on the collection of how science and technology will transform African lives and increase food production. So I am pleased to announce the second runner-up. His name is William Lusige.
Let's give him a big round of applause.
William Lusige, join us on the stage. A round of applause as he approaches. You can do better than that. A round of applause.
Tuongeze makofi.
Makofi kwake. Congratulations, Lusige. Congratulations. Let's appreciate William for his exemplary work. Another round of applause, please. Another round of applause.
Congratulations, congratulations. Next, I'd like to introduce to you the winner of the radio category and first runner-up of the Ofab Kenya Media Awards 2020.
Now, this gentleman started his journalism career through the internship at the People Daily newspapers. Thereafter, he joined and worked with Nairobi Sports House in marketing department for a period of 2 years. He left Nairobi Sports House and joined Radio Jambo as a correspondent in Kakamega County for a period of 2 years. It is now 7 years since this gentleman joined MediaMax Network Milele FM as a correspondent in Busia County, where his role has been to gather news stories, package and send them to the newsroom for broadcast. Over the years, he has gained the experience of being an all-round journalist with vast knowledge in agriculture, education, environment, and health. But this person has received grants from Media Council of Kenya, Article 19, and Africa-China reporting on environmental issues to pursue feature stories on specific topics. Without further ado, the winner for the radio category and first runner-up overall is Benjamin Wakoli.
Makofi to that. Congratulations, Mr. Benjamin Wakoli.
A round of applause as it comes. Hongera kwako.
Benjamin.
Congratulations.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to unveil the winner of the print and online category, and overall winner, Ofab Kenya Media Awards 2020.
This person is an award-winning science and environmental journalist working at Nation Media Group in Nairobi, Kenya. He has over 5 years of experience reporting on science and development, focusing on agriculture and climate change, environmental and conservation, innovation, and energy. He has covered assignments from Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, Senegal, Ghana, India, and recently Spain. His work has been published by Reuters, Daily Mail, Christian Science Monitor, All Africa, Thomson Reuters Foundation, the East African newspaper, Daily Nation, Business Daily Africa, The Citizen Tanzania, Down to Earth India, Climate Home News, and Desmond UK. This person is the overall winner of the Ofab Kenya Media Award, and his name is Leonard Obi. Leopold Obi.
Very good. Congratulations.
Congratulations, and a round of applause as we come. A round of applause for Leopold Obi as he comes. A round of applause as he shows up.
Makofi.
Makofi kwake.
You can do a small dance. All right. Congratulations.
Congratulations. A round of Makofi. Makofi Haziko. Makofi. Makofi kwake. Hongera. Congratulations.
Let's clap for him. Let's clap for him. Let's cheer him on. Makofi. Let's give him another
My name is Honorable Dr. Wilbur Otichilo.
My name is Zainab Wandati.
My name is Edward Ngu.
Moses Osia Mwanje.
A pleasure being here this afternoon. The reason why we're here is because we want to celebrate the past, the present, and look forward to the future. So now, lunch is served. And this is how we're going to do it. When you go outside, there's a box that has gloves. So you're kindly requested to put on a glove on one hand, the one that's serving the food. And remember to have your mask on while serving until you come back to the hall. So we'll start with the two tables right in front of me. And then we'll proceed to the table on my left. So please, our guests, kindly make your way to the food area.
Apple. Yeah. Apple. Uhuru Gardens tuko Jaba, wengine wako miti. Zetu ni majama, zenu pikipiki. Leo tunaenda Canada.
My name is Honorable Dr. Wilbur Otichilo.
My name is Zainab Wandati.
My name is Edward Ngu.
Moses Osia Mwanje.
Rachel Shibalira.
My name is Anthony Kyoko.
Gilbert Bor.
Calvin Nyangudero.
My name is Dr. Charles Waturu. Currently the director of the Horticulture Research Institute, which is based in Murang'a.
Biotechnology came to me by dint of being a farmer.
I am a science journalist to the National Media Group, specifically NTV.
I am a lawyer. I am the Chief Executive Officer of the City of Growers Association.
I'm a member of Parliament for Emuhaya constituency in Vihiga County.
I'm a lecturer at the University of Nairobi, Department of Biochemistry.
County Executive Committee member for Agriculture, Livestock Fisheries, Busia County, Republic of Kenya.
I've interacted with Ofab since 2012.
Since the inception of the Kenyan Ofab, I have been there.
From 2009 to date, I have been working very closely with Ofab.
Ofab Kenya was formed in 2006 as a collaborative initiative between the African Agricultural Technology Foundation and ISA Africa Center. The Africa Center provides the secretariat and the coordination of the activities.
As first when started, it was sort of face-to-face with the public, through luncheons or through the media, would be a way of interacting together and demystifying this by technology in respect of agriculture development, small-scale farmers.
Before Ofab Kenya started operating, there were many institutions that were working on different aspects of biotechnology. But there was no that interaction on one-on-one, personalized interactions that would help stakeholders relieve themselves of the fears that they had of the technology and the policymakers to get to interact one-on-one with the scientists and the consumers also to get a platform where they could air their concerns about the technology and being addressed in real time.
Before Ofab, most people didn't know really about technology.
I think before there was very little information on the ground. And you know, they would cut across from maybe registrators all the way to the common people, even some of the scientists.
Previously, there was not much that brought people together. But this platform brought people from the industry, people from the universities, people from research, and generally from the farming community. And with that, there was that networking, even those people who are against the technology, because Ofab did not only bring in people who are supporting the technology. it also gave opportunity to those people who are against the technology to attend. And then that brought a better understanding of the technology, because we could listen to those people who are against and those who are for the technology.
The objectives of Ofab Kenya is to provide a networking platform where stakeholders can come together, share that knowledge, share their experiences, and also explore different ways and avenues of getting knowledge that would enhance policy choices and also the choices that farmers and end users would make about this technology.
Ofab put together the different groups, got experts to explain various aspects of modern biotechnology, whether technical, scientific, legal, all the experts that were needed. Ofab was able to create that forum and to bring in expertise from different areas. If we needed to hear from farmers, like a farmer from Burkina Faso, where they grow cotton, Ofab was able to organize that and would have that in the forum, and they would discuss with and would bring our local farmers for them to at least exchange.
One of Ofab Kenya chapter's strategies is outreach to the grassroots in line with the devolved structure of governance in Kenya. And here, there were lots of misinformation, starting from the farmers, the county leadership, and even the media.
These kind of interactions, and through the work that Ofab is doing, they've been able to get to hear a lot, get to learn a lot, and I would think that it's probably contributed to the positive change in perceptions that we are seeing amongst farmers. Because as you move around today, you hear a lot of small-scale farmers openly tell you that we're looking for that technology. We're looking for something that is going to help us to be a lot more competitive. We're looking for something that's going to help us to produce at less cost and harvest more. And when you hear that from small-scale farmers, it shows that the activities of Ofab have had some impact, a positive impact at that.
Kutoka leo nimekuja kujua mahindi ya GMO ni mahindi kama mahindi yale ingine. Nimejua mpaka kwamba duniani kama South Africa watu wamekula GMO food for 17 years. Mimi nilikuwa nafikiria sisi ndio tunakuja kufanywa test na hizo mahindi. Sasa nimekuja kujua zimekuliwa na watu wengine, na kwa hivyo kutoka leo nimebadilisha my perception. Nita embrace GMO food mimi maize zikikuja hapa, na nitaanza kuzilima, nitazikula bila kuziogopa sasa.
They came to a county where a function is organized. Actually, about two functions were organized with the farmers from Busia County, and they were sharing about BT cotton. And I think that it was quite an eye-opening event for the farmers of my county. And also apart from that, we have had some forums to share about the activities with other county ministers.
We have also been able to repackage technical information into fact sheets and easy to read and use material, especially for the media. And this has helped the media a lot because we have seen improved media reporting. Another strategy that has been very successful is the Seeing is Believing study tours that have exposed different stakeholders to the capacities in the country, the products that are on research in different parts of the world, and even the farmers that are growing these crops.
Ofab has had a chance to get access to members of parliament. They have come here, talked to parliament. They have even organized field trips for members of parliament for Committee on Environment, Natural Resources, and Committee on Science, Technology. We have been able to take members of parliament to see.
During the South African trip, we had a chance to visit a lot of farms.
I have traveled to other countries, including South Africa, to visit farmers and to see for myself their crops, maize crops and cotton in farms.
When I went to the study tour in South Africa, we went to several farms, And this, we went to a maize farm, we went to a soybean farm, and we went to a cotton farm.
I was able to get an experience in India, something that really changed my mindset, my thinking, in terms of how people look at cotton, BT cotton, and how farmers in India are really making money.
Members of parliament were able to see the process from the time we have the extraction of the genes to the level of where they have all these fertilizations and so on, to all the precautions that are taken.
You know how everybody makes noise about GM, that, everybody assumes that you take a needle, inject into something, and then it becomes deformed or something. The cotton I saw, the maize I saw, and the soybean I saw looks exactly the same as every other soybean, every other cotton, every other maize.
Looking at it, there was nothing that would tell you it is GMO.
And the cobs, when we stopped to buy the maize by the roadside, the cobs were this big, and everybody got their own mahindi choma.
I learned so much in India, and I saw that, for example, the almost over 95% of their cotton is BT cotton.
I remember I took several pictures and I posted on my Facebook, and I got people asking me so many questions like, why would you eat GMO? Oh my God, you know you're going to get cancer. You know you're going to get cancer. And lucky for me, I didn't even need to answer those questions because one of my close friends is a scientist, is an agriculture scientist, and she's the one who answered all those questions, and she told them, really people, the world has been eating GMO for the last 22 years. Who have you seen has a tail?
As a Kenyan minister from the county government, it really changed my thinking. And I'm glad that we were more than two were there from the counties. So it's all because of Ofab that I was able to have that experience again as a person.
I was convinced that biotechnology is the way to go if Africa, and more so our own country, Kenya, has to produce adequate food for the population and produce cotton for our ginneries and textile farms, which have collapsed.
Majority of the members of parliament who are against GMO, quite a number of them now are advocates of GMO.
Over the years, I can confidently say we have made tremendous achievements. Biotechnology has become a public policy agenda issue with a lot of interest from different stakeholders. Secondly, parliamentarians have become champions for the technology, where we had even some that were very negative, but now they have appreciated the knowledge that we have been able to share through this platform. Thirdly, the media are increasingly reporting more balanced articles, more accurate information is going out to the different stakeholders, and the farmers have strongly advocated for the need to access the technology based on the information and the experiences we have been able to share from the different corners of the world.
I must really appreciate Ofab, first of all, for making me to get to know some of these technologies.
Ofab has given me a lot of exposure.
When we were discussing the bill, they gave us a lot of information. They organized for us as members of parliament for breakfast meetings for members of parliament to understand.
Ofab being able to organize this, I think, has helped even me as a drafter of law to know if I say, for example, let's put this in the law, when I don't know what it is I'm talking about, it makes it very abstract. Sometimes I can insist that yes, it has to be there, yet when you experience it, you'll find that it should not be as cumbersome as when you have not experienced it.
It has enabled me to increase my network among my fellow scientists and even other people that we've met. We meet key people, especially when we go to the counties. So we are managed to make friends and even network.
Ofab also helped me to meet my first employer. That is Dr. Maurice Polo of Synovent Sector. We met at Ofab actually. Also, Ofab created a platform where I could meet my life mentor, Dr. Edwardina Ndine from Nakosti. And these two people have played a very critical role in my life.
The other benefit I see is that I've been able, even from my own perspective as a scientist, to be able to also educate people about this technology.
I think my mind is now more open than it was before I became a science journalist. I can now argue from the basis of knowledge as opposed to on the basis of I had someone say this, I had a politician say this. I can argue because I read it. I can argue because I have seen it.
Personally, having been involved in biotechnology and practically testing some of these technologies, I can say confidently that I am a champion of biotechnology. And this is because I understand the technology.
Looking into the future, what do we hope to do? Engagement of the youth is very important because we have learned one big lesson that Kenya has a youthful community that is looking out to be farmers, but they want to do smart farming. They don't want to use the old technologies. And so they urge us to give them more information and knowledge and experiences about this technology. Secondly, the new and emerging media platforms, like the social media, very, very important in passing messages easily, quickly, and to a large group of people. And it's also interactive. So farmers and other stakeholders ask questions and they're able to get responses in real time. Then thirdly, expanding the reach to those who have not been reached, because the interest has been immense. And so these people out there who are also eager to make informed decisions and choices are the ones that we are going to concentrate on so that they can also be able to get the evidence and then interrogate the technology so that they can be able to make that informed choice that they wish to make.
For innovative agricultural technologies to reach the small-scale farmers in sub-Saharan Africa, we need an environment that favors all technologies so that a farmer gets choice. And we have seen a number of, in Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Nigeria, progress being made even through policy making at the parliamentary level. And that one, there is a need of keeping supporting it. And on that note, I want to thank the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation that is funding this program. But not only stop there, but thank also the institutions and the individuals, the institutions hosting these Ofab chapters and the individuals leading for making it a success.
My name is Honorable Dr. Wilbur Otichilo.
My name is Zena Bondati.
My name is Edward Ngu.
Moses Osia Mwanje.
Rachel Shibalira.
My name is Anthony Kioko.
Gilbert Bor.
Calvin Sonyangodero.
My name is Dr. Charles Waturu, currently the director of the Horticulture Research Institute, which is based in Muranga.
Biotechnology came to me by dint of being a farmer.
I am a science journalist with the Nation Media Group, specifically NTV.
I am a lawyer.
I am the Chief Executive Officer of the Cereal Growers Association.
I'm a member of parliament for Emuhaya constituency in Vihiga County.
I'm a lecturer at the University of Nairobi, Department of Biochemistry.
County Executive Committee member for Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries, Busia County, Republic of Kenya.
I've interacted with Ofab since 2012.
Since the inception of the Kenyan Ofab, I have been there.
From 2009 to date, I have been working very closely with the Ofab.
Ofab Kenya was formed in 2006 as a collaborative initiative between the African Agricultural Technology Foundation and ISA AfriCenter. The AfriCenter provides the secretariat
Cotton is
and
one
the
of the most
coordination of the
important cash
activities.
crops in Malawi, and it is identified as a priority crop under Malawi's growth development strategy.
Face to face with the public,
It involves
through luncheons
250,000
or through
farming
the media,
families in Malawi,
will
with
be
an
a way
average
of
of 5 people
interacting
in each
together
family.
and
What does
demystifying
that mean?
this
1 million people
biotechnology
in a country
in
with
respect
just
of
a population of
agriculture
18 million
development, the
people.
small scale
Cotton
farmers.
producers are struggling to meet the demands of the textile industry, and cotton industry is almost collapsing. That means massive loss of jobs and livelihood. Now in 2018 comes the solution, BT Cotton. Listen to this video on how it's going to be a game changer in Malawi.
Cotton is recognized as a significant priority crop by the MGDS, that's the Malawi Growth Development Strategy 3, as well as the SWAP, or Agriculture Strategic Agriculture Sector-wide approach. It is considered a priority crop. Even in the National Export Strategy, cotton as an oil crop is also considered a priority crop. So it receives priority in terms of the different institutions within Malawi. It contributes GDP roughly about 10 to 15%. In fact, we're estimating that about 40,000 Malawians are directly engaged in the cotton industry, apart from the farmers alone, but other players coming into the sector, creating employment.
The importance of cotton at a household level, there are so many. One, that it is easy to handle. Of course, we know when you're growing, you have to make sure that you manage the pests there. And if you're putting a very good plan, you manage the pests, it gives you a very good yield, it's easy because that's already a variable income at household level. Definitely that would improve people's lives when they've got money at hand. And also at household level, the way I see with cotton, one another advantage is, these are like shrubs, groups of crops. They give space to what we call crop diversification. So that time that you've grown and they are growing there, they give space that you can do other agriculture activities. You can grow other crops.
Cotton is very important to me in the sense that as an income generating activity, particularly farming, when we look at cotton, this is the crop that we rely much. Like for the 2020-2021 growing season, the produce that I got, when I sowed, I got about 7 million Malawi kwacha. So from that money that I realized, I've used it for paying some school fees for my little brothers, as well as I would like to venture into other businesses from the profits that I got from this farming season.
The road to have this BT cotton now even tested by the farmers has been quite long, because as you know, in many countries, when it comes to GMOs, people are a bit apprehensive of those technologies. And the role of the Commission has been to advocate for even the start of the trials. Initially, worked closely with research station, Chitezi Research Station, and also Lilongwe University of Agriculture and Natural Resources, and where and the various stakeholders and even the Environmental Affairs Department to come up with Biosafety Act, because people were apprehensive. They thought we don't have the capacity, we can't grow this, we don't know what is going to be effect. So the Commission has played a key role of coordinating all those efforts.
When BT came in as a country, it was like one of the key solutions to the challenges in the cotton industry. So in terms of the regulatory part, the journey was very smooth. We did all the biosafety issues, all the risk assessment, all the concerns which other groups of people were voicing out, and we addressed them, and some of the concerns were addressed through the conditions which were given to the permits for the developer of the technology. So it was smooth until we reached the general release, when for us we deregulated the BT cotton.
In terms of pests and disease resistance, the BT2 is more resistant compared to the previous local one. As well as if we talk of the productivity itself, when you grow an acre, in the previous growing seasons, before I started the BT2, I used to get about 4 to 5 bales from 1 acre. That is weighing 100 kgs. While this time around, using the same piece of land, that is 1 acre, like this season, I could get 8 to 10 bales from 1 acre. So you can see that it's almost double yield that is being realized from the same field.
As a country, we rely mainly on the smallholder farmer. So if the smallholder farmers, produce and then sell, he himself or herself is assisted in terms of cash, which they can use for their day-to-day living. In addition, when the produce is exported outside the country, the country also, has forex, from outside the country. This is why before, cotton production was really emphasized, and it was a must. People have to follow the regulations. But I think after that era, there was a slack. This is why we have had all these challenges, coming in. Now we are saying, can we go back? So we have to begin to sensitize, our farmers that no, I think this is the right way to go.
Now the challenge for farmers is they think the seed is a little expensive, and there has to be some modalities to work how we can reduce the seed price. I can understand that one of the reasons why it is a little expensive is we are importing the seed. So I think we should be able, with a capacity building, to start maybe producing the seed right in the country, locally. That will help in terms of reducing the price of the seed. The other thing that we should do to sustain this is to make sure that we synchronize demand and supply.
In an ideal situation, we should be producing enough seed cotton for the genes to be operating even 9 months in a year. At the moment, the genes are only operating maybe 1 to 2 months in the whole year. The rest of the year, they are lying idle. It's not a very effective way of using resources. So we have to enhance the production across the country to utilize those resources more effectively.
When it comes to us now, as the users, as a GINA, means more.
Cotton is one of the most important cash crops in Malawi, and it is identified as a priority crop under Malawi's Growth Development Strategy 3. It involves 250,000 farming families in Malawi, with an average of 5 people in each family. What does that mean? 1 million people in a country with just a population of 18 million people. cotton producers are struggling to meet the demands of the textile industry, and cotton industry is almost collapsing. That means massive loss of jobs and livelihood. Now in 2018 comes a solution, BT Cotton. Listen to this video on how it's going to be a game changer in Malawi.
Cotton is recognized as a significant priority crop by the MJDS, that's the My Growth Development Strategy 3, as well as the SWAP, or Agriculture Sector Wide Approach. It is considered a priority crop. Even in the National Export Strategy, cotton as an oil crop is also considered a priority crop. So it receives priority in terms of the different institutions within Malawi. It contributes GDP roughly about 10 to 15%. In fact, we're estimating that about 40,000 Malawians are directly engaged in the cotton industry, apart from the farmers alone, but other players coming into the sector, creating employment.
The importance of cotton at a household level, there's so many. One that it is easy to handle. Of course, we know when you're growing, you have to make sure that you manage the pests there. And if you put in a very good plan, you manage the pests, it gives you very good yield. It's easy because that's already a variable income at household level. Definitely that will improve people's lives when they've got money at hand. And also at household level, the way I see with cotton, one another advantage is these are like shrubs, groups of crops. They give space to what we call crop diversification. So that time that you've grown and they're growing there, they give space that you can do other agriculture activities. You can grow other crops.
Cotton is very important to me in the sense that as an income generating activity, particularly farming, when we look at cotton, this is the crop that we rely much. Like for the 2020-2021 growing season, the produce that I got, when I sowed, I got about 7 million Malawi kwacha. So from that money that I raised, I've used it for paying some school fees for my little brothers, as well as I would like to venture into other businesses from the profits that I got from this farming season.
The road to have this BT cotton now even tested by the farmers has been quite long, because as you know, in many countries, when it comes to GMOs, people are a bit apprehensive of those technologies. And the role of the Commission has been to advocate for even the start of the trials. Initially, worked closely with research station, State Research Station, and also the University of Agriculture and Natural Resources, and where and the various stakeholders and even the Environmental Affairs Department to come up with Biosafety Act, because people were apprehensive. They thought, we don't have the capacity, we can't grow this, we don't know what is going to be effect. So the Commission has played a key role of coordinating all those efforts.
When BT came in as a country, it was like one of the key solutions to the challenges in the cotton industry. So in terms of the regulatory part, the journey was very smooth. We did all the biosafety issues, all the risk assessment, all the concerns which other groups of people were voicing out. And we addressed them, and some of the concerns were addressed through the conditions which were given to the permits for the developer of the technology. So it was smooth until we reached the general release, when for us we deregulated the BT cotton.
In terms of pests and disease resistance, the BT2 is more resistant compared to the previous local one. As well as if we talk of the productivity itself, when you grow an acre, in the previous growing seasons, before I started BT2, I used to get about 4 to 5 bales from 1 acre. That is weighing 100 kgs. While this time around, using the same piece of land, that is 1 acre, like this season, I could get 8 to 10 bales from 1 acre. So you can see that it's almost double yield that is being realized from the same field.
As a country, we rely mainly on the smallholder farmer. So if the smallholder farmers, produce and then sell, he himself or herself is assisted in terms of cash, which they can use for their day-to-day living. In addition, when the produce is exported outside the country, the country also, has forex, from outside the country. This is why before, cotton production was really emphasized, and it was a must. People have to follow the regulations. But I think after that era, there was a slack. This is why we have had all these challenges, coming in. Now we are saying, can we go back? So we have to begin to sensitize, our farmers that no, I think this is the right way to go.
Now the challenge for farmers is they think the seed is a little expensive, and there has to be some modalities to work how we can reduce the seed price. I can understand that one of the reasons why it is a little expensive is we are importing the seed. So I think we should be able, with the capacity building, to start maybe producing the seed right in the country, locally. That will help in terms of reducing the price of the seed. The other thing that we should do to sustain this is to make sure that we synchronize demand and supply.
In an ideal situation, we should be producing enough seed cotton for the gins to be operating even 9 months in a year. At the moment, the gins are only operating maybe 1 to 2 months in the whole year. The rest of the year, they are lying idle. It's not a very effective way of using resources. So we have to enhance the production across the country to utilize those resources more effectively.
When it comes to us now, as the users, as a GINA, it means more employment, because you have more buyers finding out to buy the seed and then bringing it into the factory to gin, that's another employment. Then you move from there to the factory where we're going to do the spinning and weaving. As I said earlier on, the spinning alone is 45% of the whole establishment. It means now you're employing 45% of the staff. So job creation is there. Poverty alleviation, you've done away with it. At least by Malawi standards, I am employed, but there are 10 people on average. So if you take that 45%, you bring them in on board, it means you have multiplied it by 10 for the farmers. So that you have improved them. Besides that, you have made the company continue non-stop production. So there will be no downtime. Then everything goes. Then the cycle continues. And if the cycle continues, again, by extension, the retailer who's buying the cloth from me will also sell to somebody else, and he makes money as well. But if I can't supply him enough, he will not have enough to supply.
We do not want to be caught up in a situation where we have to import lint. Therefore, we are compelled to scale up the production. And we are looking at the BT cotton really as a solution to this. As I said, with the limited area, we have to enhance the productivity. We'll be looking at engaging Makoka, bring in other germplasms which can actually drive us from 4 tons to a higher level, maybe up to 8 tons per hectare. And I also mentioned, we're also seriously looking at a stacked gin so that we can also reduce the impact of weeds on yields. As I said, 40% of yield reduction is due to weed competition. So we are looking really at stacked gins here so that we can now move at smallholder farmer level from 2 tons to a possible 4 tons per hectare. That turns around the whole industry in Malawi.
favorite tuber, Nigeria, the most populous country suffers cassava brown disease demand and demand for edible land. But farmers in this country were fighting with Maruca, the most devastating cowpea pest. Then in 2019 came a solution, the commercial cultivation approval for GM cowpea resistant to Maruca. But this policy reaches the hands of farmers the soonest, they would be able to use the right food with less land and less planters. In celebrating the Africa's anti-disease technologies in the past 2 years, join us in armed speaking to farmers, scientists and others biotechnologists.
Agriculture is the backbone of life. Agriculture
cassava resistant to cassava brown streak. What does this mean to a country that is still food insecure with a limited manufacturing sector?
Every profitable agricultural system is underpinned by strong access to superior seeds genetics that will enable the farmer to produce more.
In an effort to avail Kenyan farmers genetically superior seeds, local scientists are working on various biotech crops, some of which have already been commercialized.
Now the leading crop, of course, is the BT cotton. Now BT cotton last year is
this is a huge contribution to the economy of the nation.
Has moved on to
the number one legume crop in Nigeria
down with the farmers.
Out of
this is a project that has also gone through the various phases.
Nearly almost everyone
containment, confined trials. And the final approval for commercialization was given in 28th of
also for
2020.
Tofauti ya hii BT cotton na hii ni kwamba tunapanda hii ya BT mbegu mbili, lakini tunaweka kama 5 hivi. Hii ya BT inamea tu kifika hapo karibu inchi 4 inaanza kutoa flower
of the country.
Lakini
it used to be
hii inachukua muda kabisa, na hii BT inakaa kabisa
not the main
kunyunyizia dawa ni mpaka wakati wa karibu kuvuna, lakini unanyunyizia wakati kama ni 4 na kwenda juu mpaka wakati
We have been able to give farmers this superior seeds, and the farmers are happy because they see higher yields, they see lower costs in terms of production because they are using less chemicals, and it's also safer for the environment because we are not killing, because most of the chemicals are not selective, so they kill non-target insects that are beneficial to other cropping systems.
The key characteristics of BT is that it protects itself from borrowing. We know cotton before farmers needed to spray between 12 times.
Most of the challenges
to get
I used to face, the farmer used to face when they are
but now with BT, farmers will probably require between 3 to 4 sprays
insects
to protect
with
the
insect,
crop
particularly
against whiteflies,
aphids,
aphids,
is a
and
terrible
mites,
and problematic
and
insect concerning
which are not managed by the BT.
As I tell you, we are cultivating 1 hectare or 2 hectare for less than 24 hours. It can damage
the vegetative pace na wakati mwingine naona itaendelea kupanda BT peke yake sababu ndio naona iko na mafuta kuliko ingine.
I'll tell you for sure. As we are, we will be number one beneficiary of the BT cotton. I can tell you why. When the president lifted the ban of the BT cotton, it's a big celebration for us because of one thing is productivity of cotton. Because currently we are using recycled cotton, is conventional cotton, which gives us maybe 400 kilos per acre. But you can imagine this BT cotton will give us 3 times that. As you can see here, we provide the market access to those products. If we get the BT cotton at the margin that requires 10,000 bales per year, we can definitely be able to say we are now Kenyan, we are now proudly Kenyan. Because we have what materials here.
You started with cotton, which to be for other products is very always important.
Too much chemical farmers creates another problem for us. So the issue now is
because that is what
since they are now resistant to this, so the application of chemical will be less. And that would be safer. That will be safer.
Partnership.
Also, that will boost production of beans in the country.
The technology actually, the industry, it reduces the use of chemicals, those pesticides and insecticides that before a farmer would actually realize yield.
In addition
to use those pesticides and what.
Kenya has approved 2 other biotech food crops, BT maize and genetically modified cassava. This maize has been improved to resist stem borer, which accounts for 30% loss in yield for farmers. The biotech cassava has been improved to resist cassava brown string disease, which is a devastating disease for farmers because it causes up to 100% loss. And sadly, it is only during harvesting that farmers realize all their crop is lost. There are no conventional methods so far to manage this disease. And so with the biotech tools that our Kenyan scientists are using, it has already gone through
using the National Biosafety
confined field trials, shown that it resists the disease and submitted to the National Biosafety Authority.
The latest application that we have reviewed at the National Biosafety Authority is the brown streak
apart from that,
resistant cassava. This, of course, is an application that has been with us through its phases of development from the laboratory confined field trials up to now. The application has gone through the due process, and our due process involves food and feed safety assessment, environmental assessment, and of course also economic consideration. It has passed all of those stages, and that's how the board is judgment approved. The GM cassava for the next process, which is an performance trial.
Katika huo kulima upande wa mihogo huwa kuna zile changamoto tunapitia kama wakulima.
The new variety of growth has a resistance,
brown steak,
resistant of pest,
hizo sana sana huwa wanaingia
it has a drought
mzizi wa ule mhogo
and is
na athiri kile ambacho kiko ndani ambacho kinaweza
and I tested last year
mapato.
In a less than
the challenge of cassava brown streak is
I
it
saw
affects
my farm
the part of the cassava
I
that
end
is
up
eaten.
getting of
So once the cassava is the root itself is affected by the brown streak, it becomes changes the color from what we call the white or cream into browning. Some of that browning can actually be very hard. It eventually becomes it is destroyed and
by then,
well,
to me, to farm
by animals or human beings. So this has become a major disease and is considered to be one of the 7 most dangerous diseases in plants.
Ni vizuri kama tungepata mbegu ambazo zingekuwa zinaweza stahimili hayo magonjwa na pia mbegu ambazo zinaweza stahimili pia ukame. Maana ukame pia kwa mwingi huwa tunapoteza mbegu sana.
The key challenges that have been hampering the uptake of this technology in Kenya and indeed in Africa are 1. Delayed decision making due to overlapping mandates among government agencies that are in charge of regulating or developing policies for biotechnology and biosafety. 2. Lengthy, costly and unpredictable regulatory process and sometimes interference from politicians on the decisions that scientists make. 3. Misinformation and aggressive activism against agricultural biotechnology due to varied perceptions about the safety to humans and the environment of biotech crops and foods, despite the long history of safe use.
For us as a regulatory agency, we are focused on safety to human and animal health, and safety to the environment. Now, any product that leaves our hands for commercialization, indeed, we would have carried out the due diligence to ensure that it is safe as a food and a feed, and it is also safe for the environment. This, of course, will have been done using standard protocols that are established in the global arena for food and feed safety and also environmental safety. So anything that the National Biosafety Authority will approve for commercialization, or we have approved for commercialization, BT maize, BT cotton, and GM cassava, have gone through the rigor of this process, and I can confirm that they are safe as food and feed, and there are no environmental concerns. They are safe to our environment.
Moving forward, we are excited that biotech crops are now in the hands of Kenyan farmers, and they are going to demonstrate the impact and potential to all those doubting stakeholders. 2. We need to strengthen stewardship and proper management of biotech crops for optimal benefits to farmers, and to also ensure that we intensify grassroots sensitization to sustain this momentum. Lastly, as we celebrate the gains, we are cognizant of the fast developments of the biotech sector. At ISA Access Center, we have gained enormous experiences and learned many lessons that are key to accelerating advancements and uptake of new breeding tools such as genome editing. To this end, we invite you to join the African Coalition on Communicating about Genome Editing. This is an inclusive platform that is going to be instrumental in transitioning Africa from the debate mode to delivering modern biotech tools to our end users through a multidisciplinary and multisectoral approach to communications.
Bits, a monthly e-newsletter on Africa bioscience trend. In 2020, her efforts were recognized with a conferment by Kenyan President with a state honor, Moran of the Order of Burning Spear, MBS. Give her a big round of applause. She holds a PhD degree in environmental science education from Kenyatta University. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a warm welcome to none other than Dr. Margaret Karembu.
Thank you very much, our MC.
Suzanne always has a way of making me feel a bit uneasy in the way he introduces me. Sometimes I wonder whether he's reading my profile, but that's me. So ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Let me start by asking all of us, how many of us are vaccinated? How many of us are vaccinated? Fully vaccinated? Wow, 100%. Very well, that makes our work here very easy. How many of us have been able to ask how the vaccine has been developed? Or how many of us know how the vaccines that are available in the market are made? What process? How many of us? Quite a good number. And so that makes our topic for today very easy, biotechnology. So I'm so glad that a number of us, most of us have been vaccinated. They have accepted that science has come of age, that we can actually come up with a vaccine in a record time of 1 year, just about 1 year. And this is something that used to take close to 10 years. In fact, if you are lucky, as a scientist, we know that initially you could not get a vaccine in less than 10 years, or at least when you start your first trials. And again, this is coming at a time when science is at crossroads, where we have had so much misinformation. And so I'm so glad that you're here today. And our day is really a celebration. It's a celebration of science reporting. It's a celebration of excellence in science. So I want to start by just recalling one of the most, or at least the one I consider a famous British who I associate with very closely, and this is Winston Churchill. And Winston once said that those who fail to learn from history are doomed to repeat it. Those who fail to learn from history are doomed to repeat it. And the reason why I also like Churchill is because he was one person, you know, for those who don't know history, and this one I'm saying just in the danger of falling into prey of our chief guest, who is actually a historian, that one of the most famous things about Churchill is that he never gave up. He refused to give up. And he led British through the Second World War until they led that war and they were able to win it. We are in a war of science. And we are seated here because we have challenges in the way science is communicated. And besides that, we also know and we have seen the dangers of misinformation and disinformation about science. It distorts facts, it makes people fear science, it creates mistrust, and most importantly, it also impacts on the way we make our decisions and our choices. So, our guest of honor, Your Excellency, Mr. Luke Williams, who is the Australian High Commissioner to Kenya. Our partners, starting from the Executive Director of the African Agricultural Technology Foundation, AATF, represented here by Sophia Tesfazion. We also have our Ofab Africa Manager, who just came in from Rwanda, actually Sophia and Vitumbiko. Chinoko just came from Rwanda, where another chapter of the Ofab family has been born, was launched yesterday, the Rwanda Ofab chapter. Our partner, National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation, represented here by the team led by Dr. Mary Onsarigo. I understand the DG was not able to come. The Chief Executive Officer of the National Biosafety Authority, Professor Dorrington Ogoyi. Director General
of the International Livestock Research Institute, Dr. Jimmy Smith, who is also our host in ISA, representatives from the Ministries of Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries, and Cooperatives. We have the PS representatives, Dr. Oscar Magenya, and I had seen livestock. Chris, he's around. Okay, he's here. All our other special guests. Allow me to skip you, not because you are not important, because in Ofab, we don't follow the animal farm rule. We believe that all animals are equal. And so, ladies and gentlemen, once again, hamjambo. Jambo. You don't sound so happy. Why? I thought we have just had a sumptuous meal. Jambo. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm so delighted and with such great honor that I welcome you yet again to Ofab Kenya Media Awards 2021. On behalf of the organizers and partners, AATF, NACOSTI, the Ofab county nodes that are represented here by both the University of Masinde Muliro Science and Technology, and we also have Southeastern Kenya University. I wish to express my sincere gratitude for your presence here this afternoon as the Kenya chapter of the Open Forum on Agricultural Biotechnology in Africa, Kenya, recognizes excellence in science journalism. Ofab Kenya, for those who may not know, was formed 15 years ago. It serves as a platform for scientists, journalists, environmentalists, farmers, industrialists, civil society, and policymakers to interact and network through sharing of knowledge and experiences on agricultural biotechnology. We envision an Africa free of hunger and poverty, driven by science, technology, and innovation. We are very glad and again congratulate our newest chapter on the block, which is Rwanda. And together now we make 8 chapters in Africa. We have Ethiopia, Ghana, Nigeria, Tanzania, and Uganda, then plus Kenya and Rwanda. So through Ofab, stakeholders have strived to accelerate agricultural biotechnology development in Africa. We believe that this has borne fruits as the continent has moved from one country, South Africa, in 2006, when Ofab was born, to 2021, when we have 7 countries that are now commercially growing what we call biotech crops of different forms. Either they are resistant to insects or herbicides, herbicides, or they are also drought tolerant. And currently, Africa is having 5 crops that have received regulatory approval, and we are so glad that we have our chief regulator here with us, and he can attest to the fact that African regulators are thoroughly scrutinizing any product that scientists are developing using this technology to ensure that they only approve safe products for food, for feed, and for the environment. So the countries that have now where you can witness or even see a genetically modified crop are Eswatini, Ethiopia, Kenya, Malawi, Nigeria, Sudan, and South Africa. In total, by December last year, 190.4 million hectares of biotech crops were grown in 29 countries around the world. This contributed to food security, sustainability, climate change mitigation, and uplifting the lives of 17 million plus farmers and their families who depended on these crops. And 95% of these countries are from developing countries. Globally, just to put this into context, the gains contributed by biotech crops have amounted to approximately 25 trillion Kenya shillings, T, not B, T trillion Kenya shillings in economic benefits. This translates to about 7 times higher than Kenya's budget in 2020-2022 financial year. So this is big. So biotech crops and indeed this technology is contributing to economic benefits of our farmers. But of course, we also the story of crop biotech progress in Africa, in Kenya, has been remarkable over the last 1 year. As you are aware, the Kenyan government approved commercial cultivation of BT cotton in December 2019, becoming the first biotech crop to be commercialized in our country. So again, this was a big milestone for Kenya. The biotech cotton has an inbuilt resistance to the African bollworm, which is the most destructive cotton pest that farmers have been suffering from, not just in Kenya, but in the continent. BT cotton commercialization, therefore, has come at a good time when the country, especially the government, has already put in place the Big Four agenda, and one of the pillars of the Big Four agenda is manufacturing, and so cotton is contributing to the manufacturing pillar of the continent. But most importantly, the introduction of BT cotton means that our farmers are going to spray less of harmful chemicals in the environment, from 12 sprays per season to just about 3 sprays, meaning that a saving of 8 sprays reduces the amount of chemicals that go to our air, our water, and our soils. So this is a big gain for the country, not just from the agricultural sector, but also from the environmental sector. The yields have also been remarkable, from about 500 kgs per hectare to about 2,500 kgs. That's improving farmers' livelihoods. With a revamped cotton subsector, we expect that Kenya will produce sufficient textile and apparel products for domestic market and for export through the African Growth and Opportunity Act, AGOA. I'm also aware that a number of high-end top brands like Cotton Inn, which actually has its roots in Australia, Van Hussein and others are already eyeing the Kenyan market to come and invest, with the raw materials being available for producing top brand cotton. Again, ladies and gentlemen, another milestone for Kenya is June this year, when the National Biosafety Authority approved for environmental release genetically modified cassava that is resistant to brown streak disease. Again, work that has gone on over the last 10 years by our Kenyan scientists. This approval paves way for conducting what we call the national performance trials to ensure that we get the right varieties for the different agroecological regions in the country. So this development means that our researchers, who most of them are here, can now celebrate knowing that they have at least reached that stage of getting approval by our National Biosafety Authority to actually continue with the research to the next level of getting to the farmers' fields through the national performance trials. Kenyan researchers, ladies and gentlemen, at the Kenya Agricultural Research, Livestock and Research Organization, KALRO, have also completed research on insect-resistant maize or corn against the damaging stem borer, and is now awaiting cultivation approval by Cabinet. So we hope that this is also something that will add to the food basket. Now, for the last 2 weeks, you may also have witnessed an outcry from the livestock subsector, which also plays a very important role in Kenya's national economy, with direct contribution of about 42% to the agricultural GDP and 12% to the national GDP. However, this sector is under threat as the country faces a serious shortage of livestock feed due to inadequate supply of raw materials and livestock feeds occasioned by unfavorable climatic conditions such as drought, pests, diseases, and also other trade barriers that have been caused by a number of policy restrictions. Adoption of BT cotton BT maize, and disease-resistant cassava, therefore, we foresee will salvage and boost this subsector through provision of sufficient raw materials for animal feed. Increased cotton yields means more cotton seed cake, which is used to produce highly nutritious animal feed. Cassava leaves and roots can be fed directly to livestock or commercially processed into animal feeds, while maize germ forms the largest component of feed as well. So indeed, biotech crops will significantly contribute towards reduction of livestock feed prices. And we are glad that even our president last week during the Heroes Day celebrations, he did give the Ministry of Agriculture through the minister 7 days to develop a framework for reducing feed prices. And we hope that ILRI is also part of that team that is giving ideas on how best we can reduce the feed, because most of the companies that have been producing feed in the country are actually closing down, while the cost of livestock products, eggs, milk, meat, are going up because of the cost of feed. Let me now come to why we are here today. Ladies and gentlemen, the media's contribution towards crop biotech progress highlighted cannot be gainsaid. Kenya's media have been invaluable contributors to the growth of this sector by making the subject a public agenda item. I think when we compare what you are seeing in 2006 onwards up to 2021, we have seen more and more stories about agricultural biotechnology and indeed about science, technology, and innovation. So the media fraternity is a crucial stakeholder in shaping public opinion on topical issues such as agricultural biotechnology. The media have critically sensitized and educated the Kenyan public on crop biotechnology, hence stimulating dialogue on its effective utilization. Of course, we have also had a downside where there has been a bit of sensationalization and use of inappropriate images that have tended to create fear and anxiety about the same. And a case in point, and I want to point out to, I can see some of the editors who are here are already putting their heads down, because we have had instances where a very nice story uses an inappropriate pictorial, where I'm sure you are very familiar with this needle that is injecting some tomato or some maize or some apple somewhere. Of course, as a consumer, if you see such an image depicting what biotechnology or biotech products are, you fear and you start mistrusting scientists and also even hating scientists, because you wonder why they would inject things in crops. But I think that is improving now. We had a session with the editors, and they did promise that that is going to improve, and that those pictures are going to get out of their databases. So for the researchers who are here, please feel free to give the editors and the news media houses adequate pictorials to represent what we know biotechnology is delivering for the country. I want to applaud our journalists for working with us over the years, as this close partnership has resulted in increased dissemination of factual information on agricultural biotechnology and indeed science, technology, and innovation. In particular, they have led from the front in countering misinformation and disinformation, thus cultivating public awareness and acceptance of new emerging sciences. It is for this reason, and in the best spirit of Ofab Kenya Media Awards, that we are gathered here this afternoon to celebrate and appreciate the contribution of the media in promoting sustainable use of innovations through appropriate reporting, balanced and positive reporting in the news media that have reduced the fear and the general apathy about new technologies. Indeed, one of the biggest challenges has been the victim mentality, that the technology is coming from outside. But I can tell you that from the team that is here and in the country, visit our universities, the national and private universities. They all have a Department of Agricultural Biotechnology, and indeed they are also developing quite a number of products. We have also had our development partners here, and Australia has been one of our development partners, where one of our judges for this media awards is actually an alumnus of Australia Awards for Biotechnology or Agriculture. So OMA's 2021 competition this year received more entries compared to subsequent years, meaning again that the media are getting more interested in reporting about agricultural biotechnology. This is very encouraging, and we want to applaud you and encourage you to move with that spirit. The winning entries were selected by an independent judging committee based on a number of criteria. The first one was on scientific accuracy. Number 2 was initiative. 3 was originality. 4 was clarity of interpretation. And 5th was the value in fostering a better public understanding of agricultural biotechnology and its impact in society. Allow me to recognize and to thank this year's judges for taking their time to wisely score the stories and select the winning entries based on the criteria that I have just outlined. I request the judges to stand, please, so that you can be recognized. So we have George. Let me stand as I read your name. So we have first George Onditi. George Onditi is a seasoned radio editor and producer working at the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, KBC. He is currently a producer of an English service and station manager for Minto FM, also of KBC. So Jeffrey has specialized in science reporting for radio and has a special inclination to agriculture. So a round of applause for Onditi. The second judge was Philip Keitani. Philip is an award-winning journalist and science media editor, currently in charge of agriculture desk at the Standard Media Group. So again, a round of applause for Philip. We had Dr. Mary Onsarigo. Mary Onsarigo is a senior scientist at the National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation, NACOSTI. Mary is also an expert in biotechnology and the vice chair of the Kenya Australian Alumni Award, which is the KAAA. So a round of applause for Mary. And let me also disclose that Mary led us to identify our chief guest today. So she really appreciated the work and what Australian government did to her by being an Australian Award alumni. Then we had Mrs. Mary Mwangi. She is not here with us today. She passed her apology. She's a plant biotechnology researcher at Kenyatta University. She is also the Secretary General of the International Network of Women Engineers and Scientists and Executive Secretary of the Association of African Women in Science and Engineering. She is also a founder member of the African Women for Biosciences. So again, in absentia. Lastly, we had Ms. Mildred Mugambi, if you can stand. Mildred is a senior corporate communications officer at the National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation, NACOSTI. She's a member of the Professional Development Committee at the Public Relations Society of Kenya. Again, a round of applause for Mary and for all the judges for work well done. So ladies and gentlemen, as we await with anticipation to know who have emerged the winners, so don't blame me if you didn't win. These are the team members. So remember that we are all winners, really, we are all winners in our own right. To those who will be crowned today, let it be a source of inspiration to work even harder in creating the societal impact through science reporting. To all the other entrants, let it be known here that all your stories were good. That is why they met the scoring threshold. Otherwise, they would not have done so. So we want to congratulate everyone So every entrant of OMAS 2021 matters to us, and he or she is a winner in their own right. So thank you so much, and I also look forward to knowing the winners today, because the judges were very clear that nobody will know the winners until they unveil the winners themselves. So thank you so much. So now, I invite you once again to sit back. Let's continue enjoying our drinks. I understand that there's a lot of food again, so please have a second, third filling. When you have an opportunity, let's utilize it. So I want to hand over back to the MC, Dan Okoth. So welcome again, and thank you so much for coming.
All right, thank you very much. Let's give her another big round of applause. Thank you, that was very insightful. Asante sana. I just realized she's cast a spotlight on that table, the table of judges. So if anything goes off with the competition and selection of our winners, then that's the table to watch out for. So next, I'd like to bring on stage a lady who's representing the Executive Director of the African Agricultural Technology Foundation, AATF. Join me in welcoming Madam Sophia Tesfazio. Give her a big round of applause.
1 for the party, 2 for the 2 for the money, 3 for the 3 for the honey, 4 for the 4 when you shake your bum 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 bum. See, me I like to party. Party with the boys I get money. Me I like to party. Party with the girls I get money.
Am I allowed to take off the mask? So, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I send my executive director's apologies. He is he's in Rwanda. He really wanted to be here. Instead, I will take that pleasure. So, ATF is really excited for this event taking place every year. It is organized in a very professional and very consistent way. So thanks to Ofab Kenya for doing that. It's an excellent way of rewarding media for pushing the boundaries in a difficult subject and making sure that we have a healthy debate based on facts, science, and real stories. So this is a great tradition, and we're always happy to be part of it. So, Africa or the world thought that Africa couldn't take or absorb modern technology like digital technology. But we've shown, Africa has shown that there's an ability to leapfrog and take advantage of that technology, and we're part of that debate, we're part of that frontier, and we can do the same thing with biotechnology. It's an opportunity, and we know that increasing productivity can lead to economic development in general, but it's also the pathway for addressing food security and helping our poorest, and that economic, and also supporting the value chains in the different agricultural commodities and help SMEs. So all this economic development will help nations grow. So this is the opportunity that biotechnology can give us. And also we see the effects of climate change is another way of showing the opportunity that biotechnology can do, and hopefully have Africa leapfrog. If we can address the hesitancy, there has been a hesitancy based on a lot of different information, not clear facts. So Ofab is a great platform to clarify all this different information, make sure that it's fact-based, and hopefully lead the debate forward. And there are strides, and I think Margaret already mentioned it, that, for example, we launched the Rwanda chapter yesterday. Hopefully Mozambique will also come on board later in the year. We have, for example, drought-tolerant maize. Transgenic maize has received an environmental approval in Nigeria. So there are strides, but we are hoping that we can move faster to absorb this modern technology. So Ofab has actually emerged as the #1 source for news on biotechnology, and one of the ways that we think we can increase it further is to dig deeper to the farmers and have farmers tell stories. Farmers is the best champion for biotechnology as it intends to support their efforts. So, as Margaret said, we're all winners. Everybody who submitted their applications. It takes courage and passion to write about science, especially biotechnology. So we commend everybody from doing that. And I have been told also there's Ofab is going to launch this journalism grant, which will help and can an opportunity to come up with projects that will feature stories about biotechnology from policy, science, and farmer perspective. So that will be open to even former winners as well. So in conclusion, I just want to thank you all for all your efforts and celebrate you all for working working hard to embrace modern technology for Africa. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Shawty want $1 million. Say make a wire. Told me to wanna cover my girl.
Let's give her another big round of applause. Thank you very much. So next on stage, I'd like to bring on stage a lady who is the reason why we're here. Of course, we're here to celebrate excellence in agri-biotech journalism, but the lady I'm about to bring on stage is also the reason why we're here. She is the host of the Ofab Kenya Media Awards 2021. So please join me, ladies and gentlemen, in bringing back on stage Dr. Margaret Karembu. She's going to introduce our chief guest. Thank you very much.
You're the one I want, oh. Before my liver start to fail, you're the one I need, oh. Before cassava start to hail, if I ever leave, oh.
Thank you once again, Dan. As I said, Dan is the only person who is able to erode my confidence in the way he introduces me. Actually, the reason why we are here is because you are here. Without you, we would not be here. But thank you so much. Okay, now ladies and gentlemen, this is the opportune moment that I have to introduce our chief guest for this event. Let me say that I have a lot of respect for his area of specialization. This is our chief guest. You know, when you were in high school, I got a credit 6 in history. I'm sure you may know what I got in the other subjects. Science, distinction, sorry to brag a little bit. But this is one subject that I have a lot of respect for people who have done history, because I could hardly remember. I would read Napoleon, what? I read. I could never remember. So when I see historians, I'm very, very respectful. So our chief guest, ladies and gentlemen, and with great honor and humility, sorry, is none other than His Excellency Luke Williams, who is the Australian High Commissioner to Kenya. Luke is a senior career diplomat with the Australia's Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. This is DFAT. He has previously served overseas as the Australian ambassador to Portugal, as first secretary, then counselor at the Australian Embassy, Bangkok, and as the third secretary, later second secretary at the Australian embassies in Pretoria and Cape Town. So I believe even when South Africa was approving its first, let me see the years, okay. They approved their first biotech crop in 1998. I can see that you left Cape Town in 1995, but I believe the momentum for biotechnology had just peaked. So Mr. Lukes is presently the High Commissioner to Kenya, as I have said, but beside that, he is also the Australian High Commissioner designate to Rwanda, Tanzania, and Uganda, as well as the Australian Ambassador designate to Burundi and Somalia. Wow, when I read Somalia, I knew, wow, okay. He is also the Australian representative designate to the East African Community and permanent representative designate to UNEP and UN Habitat. Ladies and gentlemen, we are talking of serious diplomats. And when we were discussing about what we'd like to learn from Mr. Lukes, we thought, we've been talking about science diplomacy for a very long time. Maybe we can get a word or two from his experience as a very senior diplomat on how we can cultivate this area of science diplomacy to make sure that we are able to get where we want to be as far as application of science, technology, and innovation in this country and indeed in the continent is concerned. So Mr. Lukes holds a Master's of Arts degree in History from La Trobe University and a Bachelor's of Arts degree from Monash University. And Monash is also another very dear university to us because my boss, my global coordinator, actually sits in Monash University in Malaysia. So ladies and gentlemen, that is our chief guest today, and I want to all of us stand as we welcome His Excellency Luke Williams on stage to deliver his speech during this auspicious occasion of Ofab Media Awards 2021. So welcome, Mr. Lukes.
Baby dance ukipinda mugongo, dance kama chiba katupa magongo. Hey, dance kwenye beat ya kimambo. Dance mamio ni kama unacheza kerosho. Mimi niko vibaya baby, kama kadi meshusha geji. Yani narita ya didi, uko tunimushi nishazima feki. Baby dance hallelujah, jo katikati.
Asante sana. And thank you very much, Dr. Karambu, for those warm words of welcome. And good afternoon to everyone here who's assembled for this very auspicious occasion. I do have some words here prepared, but I just want to take up your invitation to comment about science diplomacy and to make mention that Australia and Kenya actually share a great deal around agriculture, science and research. Not many people would be aware, but there's a lot of agriculture research occurring in Australian universities that deal with Africa, especially East Africa. And the Australian High Commission itself hosts a government agency called the Australian Centre for International Agriculture Research, or ACR for short. And ACR is based here at our High Commission in Nairobi and does fantastic work supporting agriculture research here in Kenya, more broadly in East Africa and Southern Africa as well. The fact that we have that government agency based here in Nairobi speaks volumes for the partnership and collaboration which occurs currently between Australia and East Africa with regards to this specific sector. And so I'm really proud of the fact that I've been invited here to be the guest of honour to speak to this awards ceremony, because it does reflect the partnership and the collaboration which occurs between Australia and Kenya in this space. ACR itself also funds scholarships for Kenyan students to study in niche agriculture research activities in Australia, and many Kenyans have taken up those opportunities over the years, and so we're very proud that we have that tradition and that tradition will continue, and that there are many Kenyans able to benefit from having studied in Australia and brought back their experiences and learning there to the benefit here of further agriculture research and activities in Kenya itself. So I'm very pleased to be able to mention that. So to our hosts, the Open Forum on Agricultural Biotechnology in Africa, Kenya chapter, the partnering institutions, the International Service for the Acquisition of Agri-Biotech Applications, and the African Agricultural Technology Foundation, thank you for inviting me as the Australian High Commissioner to participate in this important awards ceremony. We recognise at the Australian High Commission the role of these awards in promoting exemplary journalism that exhibits best practices in credible science reporting. This is particularly crucial in building a better public understanding and acceptance of sciences, technologies and innovations that are needed to transform African agriculture for food security and sustainable socio-economic growth and development. In many nations, the agriculture sector is the foundation upon which thriving economies are built, and that very much is the case with both Kenya and Australia. Agriculture is critical to our economies. And this is particularly true for those many African countries with ambitions for a sustainable socio-economic growth. This sector's contribution to African states' gross domestic product, employment and foreign exchange is second to none. Despite this importance, sustainability of agricultural systems is now threatened, as we know, by serious challenges, including diminishing land resources and climate change that has resulted in persistent droughts, pests and diseases. Globally, food production must increase by 70% in order to feed the projected 9.7 billion inhabitants of this world in 2050. And in Africa, food production must increase by over 50% in order to feed nearly 2.5 billion by 2050, without the additional land resources and while protecting the environment. So this situation calls for consideration of appropriate technologies with capacity to improve agricultural production, arming farmers with mitigation and adaptation strategies, so throughout history, advances in science, technology and innovation have always been an important primer for socio-economic growth and development. And learning from today's leading global economies and past civilizations, science, technology and innovations have been critical precursors for industrialization and socio-economic development. They enable the creation of new industries that act as avenues for translating research and development outputs into commercialized outcomes comprising new products, processes and enterprises. And most importantly, science, technology and innovations are making a profound impact on agriculture production globally, improving food production systems and building sustainable economies. And as Africa strives to meet sustainable development goals by the year 2030 and Africa's Agenda 2063, we acknowledge that biotechnology will be one of the most important tools driving the fourth industrial revolution. Future agri-food systems will be different from those of today and heavily driven by science, technology and innovations. And for the public to understand and deploy new agricultural innovations, factual information and transparent communication is imperative. Therefore, the media is an important stakeholder in encouraging constructive dialogue and supporting coherent, evidence-based decision-making. We therefore laud Ofab Kenya and partners for going out of their way to encourage factual reporting on biotechnologies that are key to agricultural transformation. At the end of the day, we all want to see a prosperous Africa whose citizens enjoy sustainable and inclusive socio-economic growth. So we're glad at the Australian High Commission to see Kenya leading East Africa in research, development and adoption of modern technologies for agricultural transformation. And we look forward to continued collaborations and partnerships in building a sustainable society for all. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Let's give him another big round of applause. Thank you so much once again for gracing this very special event with your presence. And now, as we are inching closer to the meat of the matter, if you're vegetarian, I am sorry, but we're getting closer to the meat of the matter. I'd like to bring on stage a lady who is going to give us the judges' reflections on the Ofab Kenya Media Awards 2021. Let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, to bring on stage Miss Mildred Mugambi. Tumpigie makofi. Karibu, karibu sana.
Good afternoon, everyone. As you have heard, my name is Mildred Mugambi. I serve with the National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation as the head of corporate communications, and it's a pleasure to be amongst all of you this afternoon. His Excellency Luke Williams, we acknowledge you. Thank you for gracing this occasion. And all protocols observed. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm here really just to give reflections from a judge's perspective. And I want to just request my colleagues to please stand again so that people can see who were these judges. We have two that are missing, but we're four of us here. Thank you very much. Asante sana. Please have your seats. So I really just want to say that it has been a delightful judging experience and quite a journey. I think when we were all asked, and my colleagues can bear me witness, when we were all asked to, sorry, excuse me. I think now we can communicate better. Sorry about that. I think when we were all asked to take up this task, it was something we did graciously and happily. And my colleagues can confirm that it has been an easy, yet not so easy, judging journey. One of us attested when we had a feedback meeting that they had to reread the articles perhaps 5 times. So that tells you we put in the work. The entries were good entries, and I want to really acknowledge those who submitted their entries and say that was really a show of courage and a show of passion, as Madam said. Science journalism as a whole is really a great area of specialization. Those who venture into science journalism are not just passing time. They are not busybodies in newsrooms. They are not people who lack other assignments to fulfill. They're really people who are out to discover the stories that are untold. And more so, agribiotech journalism is really a key driver to the growth and uptake of the agribiotech, not just in Kenya, but in Africa. The quality of journalism in Kenya, I must say, is really growing in leaps and bounds tremendously. And I really want to commend members of the Fourth Estate present here and those who are streaming online and those who are regional and worldwide, that indeed the quality of journalism is going up, and this is something commendable. I must say that. There's need for more input from the journalists in terms of science specialization. And really, this is my clarion call to journalists who are in the area of science and agribiotech, agri-journalism, environmental journalism, to really exert yourselves. These areas call for you to go the extra mile. You're not just going to report like a political journalist who will find everything at their fingertips. You have to go the extra mile. You have to speak to more than 3 people. In journalism, we call it voices. So the more the voices, the better your story. The more convincing, the higher the quality of your story. So you need to really go the extra mile to strengthen your stories. And I'd encourage also that you build contacts with scientists and science organizations so that you have your facts and figures checked, so that you're reporting from a point of knowledge, so that you're making use of the the scientists that are in this room who are very accessible to you, and others who are equally accessible to you. And if that not be the case, make use of organizations like us in Acosti, like AATF, like ISA, who can link you easily to these voices. So I really want to congratulate all those who submitted their entries, and more so, those who will be declared the winners this afternoon. In Kiswahili, we say hongera. That is, congratulations. All right. So I really want to thank the partners, ISA, AATF, and my parent organization, Nacosti, for steering Ofab all through the years. And I want to acknowledge that we have a new baby on board, Rwanda. Thank you very much, Vitu. It is really a delight that we hear that we are now growing and we're expanding. And that tells us that there's more that needs to be done. As we grow, that means the capacity grows as well. So that is all from the judges panel. We want to congratulate each and every entrant. You are commendable, you were fantastic, and for the winners, we say congratulations. Thank you very much.
Margaret Karembu, who is the director, ISA Afri Center, and the chair of Ofab Kenya. Let's clap for her as she makes her way to the stage. Karibu sana. Next, I'm going to call upon our chief guest, His Excellency, Mr. Luke Williams, who's the Australian High Commissioner to Kenya. A big round of applause, please. Right, I'll move next to our other guest, who's Mr. Vitumbiko Chinoko, who's the project manager of Ofab Africa AATF. So this afternoon, we are very honored to have you up on stage with us. And once again, we cannot thank you enough for all of you who have found time to join us to celebrate this occasion. All right, so now we are getting closer and closer to having our winners and unveiling our exemplary journalists for this year. I'm sure you guys are guessing who the winner is. Are we guessing? Do you want to guess? I can see familiar faces from last year. I don't know if you're going to win again, but if you do, congratulations. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to bring on stage the second runner-up position for the Ofab Kenya Media Awards 2021. This is the second runner-up position. The lady I'm going to introduce is a correspondent of Radio Maisha, and she is the winner of the radio category and the second runner-up overall. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like us to put our hands together for ladies and gentlemen, let me bring up on stage our second runner-up position, Madam Faith Kutere. Faith, karibu sana, congratulations. She is the second runner-up, Ofab Kenya Media Awards 2021.
So you should bring all your friends. I swear that to all of y'all my type. All you girls in here, if you're feeling thirsty, come on, take a sip, 'cause you know what I'm serving. No. Shimmy, shimmy, yeah, shimmy, yeah, shimmy, yeah. Drink, swalla la la. Drink, swalla la la. Swalla la la. Swalla la la. Shimmy, shimmy, yeah, shimmy, yeah, shimmy, yeah. Drink, swalla la la. Drink, swalla la la. Swalla la la. Swalla la la. Freaky, freaky, yeah. My freaky, freaky.
Check 1, 2. Another big round of applause.
Bad girls gon' swallow la la. Bust down on my wrist in it, bitch. My pinky ring bigger than this. Matter how I'm Beverly Hills. Dollar got too many girls. Matter how I'm Beverly Hills. All she wears red bottom heels.
All right, congratulations.
Put it on the snap. When she drop it low, put it on the ground. DJ pop it, she gon' swallow that.
All right, thank you so much. Congratulations. Let's give her another big round of applause. Good job, good job. Next on stage, I want to bring up the first runner-up for the Ofab Kenya Media Awards 2021. The person I'll introduce, she is with the Africa Business News Network, and she is the winner of the print and online category and the first runner-up overall. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a warm welcome to none other than Mercy Tyra Murengu. Congratulations. Karibu, karibu sana. Let's clap for her until she gets on stage. Congratulations.
Nipe miganisho ya roboti. Tetema ukutani hadi kwenye kochi. Tetema kwenye giza mama shika tochi. Kataka kama noga, oh mama. Kapandizi za Bukova, oh mama. Kapandisha boda boda, oh mama. Akichoka kuchuma nakufa hoi wikidi ai mama shigidi konki fire moto liquidi tetema oh mama tetema tipo tipo tetema oh mama tetema aya tunde tetema oh mama tetema shuka chini tetema
Makofi, Makofi, Makofi. Let's clap for her. Congratulations.
oh mama tetema aya tunde tetema oh mama tetema shuka chini tetema.
And finally, we'd like to unveil the overall winner of the Ofab Kenya Media Awards 2021. This gentleman is a TV reporter with Citizen TV, that's Royal Media Services. He is the winner of the TV category and the overall winner of the Ofab Kenya Media Awards 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce to you the winner, Mr. Dennis Otieno. Makofi, Makofi kwanza. All right.
All I do is win, 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 no matter what. Got money
So at this
on my
stage,
mind, I can
we're going to have one of the judges, Mr. Kaitani, picking the gift on behalf of our winner who is unwell. Unfortunately, he could not make it to this event.
Going in on the verse, cause I never been defeated and I won't stop now. Keep your hands up, get them in the sky for the homies that ain't making
A big round of applause for our winner in absentia.
Blame it on that contour, the hood call it Ludiac. And I'm on this foolish track, so I spit my foolish flow. My hands go up and down, like strippers' booties go. My verses still be serving, tight like a million virgins. Last time on a college remix, now I'm on the original version. Can't never count me out, y'all better count me in.
So I want to bring back on stage all our winners. Kindly make your way to the stage. Let's come to the stage.
All I do is win, 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 no matter what. Got money on my mind, I can never get enough. And every time I step up in the building,
Let's have all the winners so that we can have a group photo.
and they stay there, and they say yeah, and they stay there. Cause all I do is win, win, win. And if you going in, put your hands in the air, make them stay there.
Swerving in my low, head on a swivel, you know serving me's a no-no. Clean as a whistle as I pull out in my Rolls Royce. Yellow bone passenger, they see it, they say, oh boy. Tell Cali, back it up, my niggas call me loco. Down for armed trafficking, don't make me pull that fofo. Ask you what you laughing at, represent that mud life. Dirty money, bitch, you better get your mud right. We come together holding hands and holler mud life. We all strapping all black, it's like Bud Light.
All we do is win.
You riding or what? Cause we riding tonight. Now you riding with me cause you wasn't riding
All I
no
do
right.
is win, 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 no matter what. Got money on my mind, I can never get enough. And every time I step up in the building, everybody hands go.
All right. Let's clap for them one more time. These are our winners for the Ofab Kenya Media Awards 2021. Feel free to dance. You're allowed to dance, sing along. All right, thank you so much. So now we'll have our winners, starting with the second runner-up, give us a short remark, a 3-minute remark, and then we'll have the first runner-up and the overall winner will give us your 3-minute remark. Let's give it up for our guests who have graced this occasion. Let's clap for our guests.
Celebration to last throughout the years. So bring your good times and your laughter too. We gon' celebrate.
All right, let's have our special guests and all the partners come on stage. Let's have all the partners and the special guests coming on stage.
We gon' celebrate and have a good time. It's time to come together. It's up to you. What's your pleasure? Everyone around the world, come on!
celebration. It's a celebration. Celebrate good times, come on. Let's celebrate. There's a party going on right here. A dedication to last throughout the years. So bring your good times and your laughter too. We gon' celebrate and party with you. Come on now. Let's all celebrate and have a good time. Yeah, yeah. Celebration. We gon' celebrate and have a good time. It's time to come together. It's up to you. What's your pleasure? Everyone around the world, come on. It's a celebration. It's a celebration. Celebrate good times, come on. Let's celebrate. Come on now. Celebrate good times, come on. Let's celebrate. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. It's alright. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. It's alright. Baby. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. It's alright. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. It's alright.
A big round of applause, please, for our guests. Thank you so much once again for joining us for this very special occasion. Okay, thank you. So I'd like to bring back on stage our winners for their remarks, short remarks, 3 minutes. First, I'd like to bring on stage our second runner-up, Faith Kutere. A big round of applause for Faith.
Come on, everybody, get your feet happy. Let's go, come on.
Good afternoon. I'm very excited today for this award. I don't even know what to say, but I'm so excited. I'm so happy. And I did not expect that I'll get this award today, but I knew one day maybe I'll get this award. I want to say thank you so much to the organizers. My name is Faith Kutere. I'm a correspondent with Radio Maisha in Uasin County, and I've been reporting on agriculture. When I started my journalism career, I thought maybe I'm doing what is rightfully my duty. I never knew that one day I'll be awarded for what I was doing. And I would like to say thank you so much for each and everyone who is here. And thank you and congratulations to everyone who submitted his or her entry to win this award. Thank you, Ofab.
Come on, let your big get happy. Let's go, come on. Somebody make some noise in here. Come on, catch it, Jehovah.
All right, once again, congratulations to Faith Kutere. Up next, I'll bring the first runner-up for the Ofab Kenya Media Awards 2021. Let's put our hands together for Mercy Tyra Murengu.
I believe you. I trust in you. Oh Lord, over you.
I can't hear you. Come on, say it.
I trust
Say it.
in you.
I believe. Say it.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mercy Tyra Murengo, and I'm so grateful for this day. You know, when I was coming to Nairobi this morning from Kakuma, I was coming to take an award from Femnet. So when I was told to come to Ofab, because I had gotten an email earlier, I told myself, okay, fine, let me just go and clap for others. So I was on my way back to Kakuma, then I told myself, let me go and see who are these people who are going to be awarded today. But it was not as if I was doubting myself for the work I had submitted, because this is my 12th media award. So when I was submitting this entry, I knew I'd get an award. I don't doubt myself. I don't know if it's some sort of instinct, but I don't doubt my words, especially when I submit an award or a story. I put all my efforts. I've been doing stories from different categories, and most of the stories that I've won are either gender, agriculture, environment, and other categories. But this one is so special to me because the date I submitted this award, I lost my grandmother to COVID-19. So this award I dedicate to her, dancing with the angels above. So thank you very much for this opportunity. And thank you very much, Ofab, for recognizing the works of the journalists. There are so many things journalists actually report on, but they are never recognized by different organizations. Science journalism is among the categories that journalists don't report fully. Reason being, maybe they do not understand the terms to be used, maybe they do not understand the angle to take, or just maybe they're lazy to do their research. But you see, if these organizations or such kind of organizations come up to support the media and journalists at large to report on science journalism, it means most journalists will know what, when, and how to report on science journalism. So this is a challenge, and I believe it's just a step for us to dwell so much in reporting on science journalism. So thank you very much for this opportunity, and thank you to Ofab and all those journalists who submitted their work. Asanteni sana. So I wish you well. Let's keep safe.
I can hear you say goodbye to my trouble, goodbye to my pain, y'all. Goodbye, y'all. Everybody raise it up. You got a miracle, say it.
Congratulations. Another big round of applause, please. And finally, I'd like to bring on stage the representative to the overall winner, Ofab Kenya Media Awards 2021.
We are a chosen generation. We've been called for to show His excellence. Hey, all I require for life, God.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Our guests today, all of you, our guests today, you are welcome to this event. I'm doing this on behalf of Dennis Otieno, and also I am a past winner of the same award, so I know the feeling that comes with it. And I'm really feeling sorry for Dennis for not being here today, but I know the work that Dennis has been doing when it comes to science and agricultural and biotech reporting. Having worked with him for a very long time,
I think when we started agricultural reporting, we were very few of us. So the people I can think of my mind is Dennis, Zainab, and myself. When we started this, in fact, the first time I started in my media house, I remember my boss then told me that kind of content is not for target audience. Because at the time they were targeting the upper middle class. So for me, I was going down there and they were telling me, no, you can't take us down with you. Fortunately or unfortunately for them, they had to follow me down there. And as we speak, I'm the agriculture editor at the same media house. As we speak again, the same media house saw the work I was doing, and they even started a 24 agricultural TV based on the work I really put. So despite the challenges at the beginning, and I'm sure even the challenges that Ofab had when they were started, you can all see where we are, all of us at the moment. And I'm very grateful. I'm very happy to be here, seeing the number of journalists that have taken up science journalism. It's not easy. Even me, the first time I started, I used to go to an event, and after that, I'm asking myself, so where is the story here? So, but what I'm saying is we've come a long way, and I'm very happy for Dennis. I will pass the congratulations from all of you. I'm sure, even as he proceeds to the Continental Awards, I'm still expecting a lot from him, because I know of the work he did, and as a judge, I went through that work, and I'm very confident it will still become on top. So on behalf of Dennis, thank you very much, and we wish him well. And for all of you who don't know, again, Dennis this weekend is going for his traditional wedding ceremony. So it's a double delight for him. Unfortunately, he's not here, so I'll still pass your congratulations. Thank you, and welcome again.
We've been called for to show His excellence. Hey, all I require for life, God has given me, and I know who I am. We are a chosen generation. We've been called for to show.
All right, thank you very much. So as we escort our winners, I just want us to give them another big round of applause. Congratulations to all our winners. You did great. Good job. Okay, now I'd like to bring up on stage our special guests to give us their goodwill messages. I'd like to bring up the project manager, Ofab at Africa Agricultural Technology Foundation, AATF. This gentleman leads strategy and leadership, advocacy, and representation and public engagement. He is an accomplished rural development specialist, campaigner, and advocate with over 10 years of working with communities on climate adaptation and mitigation and influencing global, regional, and national policy and practice on climate change and sustainable socio-economic development. He holds a Master's of Business Administration with majors in corporate strategy and international business from the Management College of Southern Africa in Durban, South Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome on stage Mr. Vitumbiko Chinoko. Makofi, makofi kwake.
Yani kiboko, sijamuona kama ye. 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 Yani kiboko.
So our guest of honor and other protocols observed. Actually, I'm very surprised that I was caught up because I was not supposed to come to this event, but I'm so passionate about the subject. And I was very close to this place, and I was like, okay, with the short time that I have, let me appear. I have a few ways to say. One is the fact that I think the stuff that we're doing here is a very important stuff because of what the guest owner talked about, the food and nutritional security situation in Africa. And I think every time we hear about those that are agitating against the technology, we need to be thinking about the people that would be benefiting from the technology. And maybe even questioning that those that are agitating against technology, who are they really serving? Yesterday we were reminded that every 6 seconds, one child dies in Africa of food-related causes, so hunger-related causes. And I don't think that is a situation that we want to continue to be identified with as Africans, because one, we do have all the resources that we can reverse that situation, from human capacity, land, and several other production elements that we can galvanize and make the situation different. We've talked about the food import bill, which in 2015 was 35 billion. And we're just reminded that it has skyrocketed to 49 billion. And I don't think that is something that we want to continue to be identified with. And food is very important. So if you don't have food, you're going to find ways of how you want to make up for that. And what that really means is that it will take the resources from other developmental sectors that you're supposed to do, because you can't do without food. So in the end of the day, when you don't have food, you know you are actually delaying other important development sectors that are supposed to progress. That is education, that is health, and everything. My plea, therefore, is that I think the work that we're doing in promoting agriculture biotechnology is something that we need to do with a lot of passion, because it speaks to the heart of Africa. It speaks to the challenges of Africa. It speaks to the development aspirations of Africa. And I think it is something that all of us can identify with, in terms of we've seen people dying of hunger. We've seen people eating 1 meal a day because they can't afford 3 meals. And those kind of situations are supposed to, in one way or the other, inspire us to do more and engage more against those that are agitating against the technology. So with those few remarks, let me say that as Ofab, we're quite committed to the work of the media, because we understand the role that you play. We've seen some very big milestones in terms of how we've changed the tonality around agriculture biotechnology. We've seen people that were agitating against technology really dwindling. We've seen those that are supporting really coming up. We've seen people testifying that I didn't know why I was blaming or maybe also opposing the technology, because they based their messaging, they based their judgment on those that had shouted the most in the space. And you are trying to bridge that gap to make sure that as people consume this knowledge, this information, agriculture biotechnology, it is something that is based on science. And this is what anti-GMO and anti-technology will never do. This is what they'll never say, because all they'll do is base their argument on emotions and not engage on science. And that role that you're playing is an extremely, extremely important role. Lastly, because I come from my climate change space, I think a few months ago we got the report from IPCC about how dangerous the situation has become and how we need to ensure that we bring in all the resources to reverse the situation. What I want to bring from that perspective is the fact that Africa was highlighted as the worst affected continent in as far as climate change is concerned. And it is affecting food production, it is affecting industrialization, it is affecting all other aspects around that affect, for example, that pertain to Agenda 2063. We have an opportunity that every time because of this, we can come up with the NDCs, which are the National Determined Contributions. And speaking from authority, we've seen how our NDCs, for example, are not integrating agriculture biotechnology as one of the solutions to to reverse the situation. The other time I was at Caro, there's a very important research happening there, coming up with agribiotech feeds that would enable, that would allow, for example, reducing of emissions by 30%. I think we need to encourage more and more of those to ensure that we also not just do adaptation, but we're also doing mitigation. So with those few remarks, let me also say hongera, continue the good work. The winners, you'll be transitioning to the Africa level competition. We're looking forward to how you're going to perform there. The event is going to happen in Mozambique, where we'll also be bringing in a new chapter in Mozambique, end of November. So you can just wish us all the best. I think the future is good, and we can all remain optimistic, regardless of what it is in Africa and what we're going through. So thank you very much. God bless you.
All right, thank you very much. Don't we all want to be like this gentleman? The reason is, he says he was not prepared and he gave a full speech. It sounds like a written speech. So once again, let's clap for him. Thank you very much. I'd like to introduce our next special guest. She is the senior scientist at NACOSTI. Let's welcome Dr. Mary Onsarigo. Makofi kwake.
Masa wote Kenyan boat 001
Kiuno bila mfupa unavyokata Malkia falipupa wako nimedata
Actually, I was not even prepared to but thank you for the opportunity. On my behalf, I'd like to take this opportunity first to recognize the government of Australia. And the reason being, they awarded me a very highly prestigious and competitive scholarship, which it is just one of its kind, where I was given 4 years to study my PhD. At the same time, they are very passionate about family, so my family accompanied me for those 4 years. While I was getting, thank you. So while I was getting the first class education for the real world, that was the slogan for my university, that is Queensland University of Technology. I also got the soft skills. The Aussie community, they are very social, very passionate. And I hope it is what I'm passing down here to the community. One of the promises we gave as we got the award is that when we come back to our country, you have to serve 2 years. We call it serving a sentence. We have to serve 2 years back home, giving back to the community before you think otherwise going back because the place is so good. You would always want to go back. So I've already finished my 2 years, but still I'm serving. When that opportunity comes, I'll make a decision. So I'm honored to represent the Director General, NACOSTI, who would have liked to be here in this occasion, but he happened to be in Burundi for the Easterco conference. And his word, I'll just give a few lines on what he wanted to let this community hear. So on behalf of the Director General, I would like to appreciate ISA, AATF, and all the other stakeholders who are in this event or who have made this event to happen, because the journalists are the main link between the scientists and the public in reporting the STI issues. Facts and scientific evidence should inform public decision making whenever possible. That is why science communication is important. As such, the act of science communication should also be evidence-based. Science, technology, and innovation is a key to national security, public safety, and global stability. This is evident by the COVID-19. Economies have been destroyed, societies have been crumpled. It is everything that we can say that is not good in this pandemic. And what we notice is that those who had the technology are ahead of everybody and are providing solutions. Those who do not have, what is happening? We are waiting for aid. We are waiting for the remains. That is where we are. So the importance of ST&I comes to light. Advances in technology have always been critical, part of the solutions of many problems in the society. It plays a fundamental role in wealth creation, improvement of quality of life, and real economic growth and transformation in the society. Therefore, reporting of such advances keeps the public, who are consumers, and the policymakers well informed for acceptability and also for informed decisions. So my reflection is research on science communication analyzes what works and what doesn't. I was just having a small talk with my judge, my fellow judge. Do you report what is not working in science? It is also very important that that side of science is communicated. Thank you, and I wish also to thank the High Commission for actually accepting to grace this occasion. I know Australians are very easygoing, they are very friendly. They don't have the protocols of having several security men behind you. And I think they have seen that in you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. That was insightful. Another big round of applause. So up next on stage, I'd like to introduce the Director General, International Livestock Research Institute, Dr. Jimmy Smith. A big round of applause. Karibu sana.
Maonyesho unavyodondosha kapota boki unokambucha wamera ukaminikesha walikutaka wakakukosa.
I think this epitomizes the saying which says there are no free lunches. But it gives me an opportunity to say to those two ladies who got those big checks that if you're looking for a date tonight, I'm available. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, members of the media, when Margaret invited me, well, first of all, let me say thank you very much for inviting me. I'm delighted to be here. When Margaret invited me, I know I had to come, but going to a media event was not something that would come naturally to me. In my early life, I didn't have a good relationship with the press. I worked for the government of Canada and at the World Bank. And I had files that the press went after, such as funding for biotechnology and things like that. So I did not have a good relationship with the press. And I was of the opinion then that the press ownership of public trust and profit-making were incompatible. How could you say you were acting on behalf of the public and their trust and still be the profit-making entities? And you know what sells? Very juicy stories, like how the government of Canada was going to destroy the rest of the world with biotechnology and stuff like that. But as my youthful impetuosity ebbed and I became wiser, I learned that it was possible to reconcile these two positions by diligence and objectivity. And over time, I've seen and come to admire the work of the press in so many situations, but including the context of getting science into use and understood by the public. Without you, organizations such as mine would be completely irrelevant, because we depend on getting the right communication with the public, and you have the means to do so. And therefore, I came willingly today to be engaged in a press event. I want to congratulate all those who participated by submitting their entries, and particularly those who won. As the High Commissioner said, there's a big job ahead of us. How are we going to feed 10 billion people, 2.5 billion more than there are now, 70% more food needed? Science and technology is going to be a big part of that. And getting science and technology into use is certainly where we depend on you. So instead of the resentment that I felt earlier, I feel great admiration for what you do. Thank you for doing so. You have been good to me whilst I've been in Kenya. You have had no juicy stories about me in the press. And indeed, in my conflict in Kapiti, where we have a large research station and the land grabbers have always come to take some of the land and ridicule us, you have presented that to the public in a very balanced and objective way. So I benefit directly from what you do here in Kenya. Thank you very much, Margaret, and all those at Ofab for inviting me. It's been a delight, and I hope to have more engagement with you. Congratulations to the winners, and don't forget the date tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. That was very smooth, securing yourself a date. And all of you guys are witnesses. Okay, and you can tell because he's the only one with a bow tie. That tells you a lot about someone with a bow tie is someone to... They don't need to know your name. All right, thank you so much. So next, I'll bring up on stage Professor Dorrington Ogoi, who is the CEO, National Biosafety Authority. A big round of applause. Makofi kwake.
Nakupenda, tena nina imani sana. Ushanitega, we all need someone. Nakupenda, tena nina...
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremony. You are making our day. To the chief guest, His Excellency, the Ambassador for Australia, ISA, Ofab, DGs and Executive Directors, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a privilege to be with you here, and I'm happy that today our chief guest was indeed the ambassador. I know how Mary speaks very fondly of Australia, and I have a friend who studied in Newcastle University, and every opportunity that we have with him, he will talk about Newcastle with such passion. So there must be something about Australia that maybe I've never experienced. But Australia is one country that has a very functional biosafety regulatory framework. In fact, they are called Office of Gene Regulator. And one of the first visits that NBA made was to Australia to benchmark with the Office of the Gene Regulator. It was a very long flight. I was just sharing with him, but we learned a lot, and it remains one of the standards for biosafety regulators in the global arena. They are very loud and they speak very eloquently, and if you are a student of biotechnology or a journalist for that matter, visit their website and you'll really learn a lot. So thank you very much for choosing such a real guest of honor to grace the occasion, because that country has set the standards. Now to the journalists, I would want to also join the group here to congratulate you, to congratulate the winners, and of course to all that submitted their articles for considerations. I think we are regulators, but for our outreach, we rely on journalists. And I can say without a doubt that this year, journalists have come out and they've continued to at least publish articles about biotechnologies and development in the country. And I'm glad the winner, Dennis Otieno, interviewed me during the GM Cassava release. I know this time you've not given us some of the articles that were submitted, but when I saw that article, I thought it was a great article. It's so rare that scientists appreciate that the article was factual and somebody went beyond the interview to get some background. And I can actually confess that Dennis is a deserving winner. I know the rest did a good job. Next time you'll be the winners, but Dennis has done a good job. He's got a track record, and we truly celebrate him. I think for me, I know a lot of things have happened in Kenya, and sometimes the journalists have an issue of which one is the headline. What is newsworthiness of a particular story? Now, this country this year has seen quite some strides. I know Margaret enlisted some of those strides, but one that stands out for me was the GM Cassava. Now, the GM Cassava was unique in so many ways. I'm a regulator, and one of the noises that we always hear in the background is the monopolies from the multinationals. Now, cassava, probably if I asked one ambassador, Luke Williams, whether he's eaten cassava, he may say no, but he's been in Kenya, so maybe he has. Cassava is very indigenous. It's Kenyan, it's African. And for me, as a scientist, as a regulator, as a Kenyan, for this project to have been carried by Kenyan scientists, the CALRO, from the very onset of conceptualization all the way to commercialization up to when NBA approved it, I really thought they did a great job. And I thought it really deserved a celebration of its own kind. I thought journalists missed that. It was the first of its kind, the first approval globally. You talk about BT maize, BT cotton, these ones have been approved in other countries. But the GM cassava, Kenya was first. And our journalists, our scientists did a good job. And we should celebrate them. It's not their day, but they did a good job. And we continue to celebrate them to solving a problem that is with us and targeting a product that no one else in the global arena would think about. Who thinks about cassava? It's so African, it's Kenyan, maybe a few other African countries, but the research on it addressed a constraint and they found a solution to it. So I continue to celebrate it as a regulator, as a scientist, and as a Kenyan. Now, we've made many milestones that have been enlisted, and this year, Kenya celebrates the 10th anniversary of biosafety excellence. And we are proud of what we've done despite the bottlenecks that we've had. GM cassava, of course, is in the pipeline, but we have products that are on your back farm somewhere next to your county. The BT cotton is actually already with the farmers. The BT maize is in the pipeline. The GM cassava is also next to come on board. So we've made strides despite all the bottlenecks that we've had, and we are proud to celebrate 10 years of biosafety excellence. And to celebrate that, I invite you to join us in our biosafety conference, the 10th annual conference, which is due to be held next week from 4th and 5th. Those in the social media, I'm sure if you typed biosafety conference, you will see the 10th annual biosafety conference. It's going to be held in Sawela. It is both virtual and also on site. So please join us so that we celebrate and we continue to celebrate our work. And to do that, we need the journalists, the media fraternity to be with us and move along with us and spread the milestones that have been made in the country. So join us in that conference. Otherwise, congratulations to the winners and congratulations to the media fraternity for the good work done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Up next on stage, I'm going to bring up Dr. Oscar Magenya from the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries and Cooperatives. A big round of applause for Dr. Oscar Magenya.
Thank you, MC. The chief guest, His Excellency the Commissioner, DG Ilri, Executive Director AATF, CEO NBA, and Dr. Karembu. I am Oscar Magenya. I work in the ministry as the Agriculture Research and Innovation Secretary, and I am here to represent Professor Boga, who is my immediate senior, and also to represent PS Kimtai. So in other words, I am not only representing the ministry, but the government. I'm the government here. So that's critical, that's important. Thank you very much, particularly for the journalists, the judges, and the winners of the very beautiful categories. We in the ministry, we appreciate and recognize the important role that is played by the media, because as it has been said even earlier, that even as much as we do, if we don't have an effective media, then it will be difficult for us to reach out all the good things that we do. And it is gratifying to hear that, I think it was said here that there is a progressive increase in the quality of particularly science journalism in the country, because we are relying on you to help us outreach and communicate this information. And particularly for the ministry, we are trying to put all the production options in the basket that will be available to our stakeholders, and particularly the farmers. And so, including biotechnology is one of the options we put in the basket. But there's been a lot of misconceptions, a lot of misinformation, a lot of myths around biotechnology, but we are happy that we are coming. And as it was just been said by Professor Goy, that we started with the BT cotton, and we are heading towards BT cassava, and then BT maize. And as we progress, and increasing the quality of journalism around these areas, then many people are starting to understand that these are options of production and we need them. Dr. Karembu mentioned that it's not about injecting in the organism, but it's about science. And without science, really, we can't go very far in this country. Not only agriculture, but every sector, name it. All the countries that have developed because they continuously invest in their science. And so we need, even us as a country, to look at how we not only talk about science, but also invest in science to help us in the continuously dynamic world that we are living in, that is changing every day. We have to adapt to that so that we feed ourselves. And so thank you very much for the winners. We know that next year we'll be here again, Karembu, so that we have another set of winners. And as we do that, we also develop more and grow our journalism, particularly for science, because science is the main thing. That's how we'll grow. And so thank you very much. Thank you for the judges. Thank you for all the eminent people that were invited. May God bless you so much. The government is happy. God bless you.
Thank you very much. Now I'm made to understand, if the government is happy, everyone is happy. Or is it the other way around? Okay, so if the government is happy, everyone is happy. Sorry? Okay. I think you need to say that.
So if the government is happy, no taxes.
So we'll hold you to account. Since you're happy, you can do away with the taxes. Okay, so now we're getting to the tail end of our program. And for that reason, I want to bring up on stage the Country Coordinator, Program for Biosafety Systems, PBS, Miss Doris Wangari. A big round of applause.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we're coming to the tail end of the event, as you've heard from our MC. I want us, before we get to the end, the very end, I want us to do a bit of gift giving to some of our very keen partners for Ofab for this media award. And I want us to start off with the 5 judges that we had for this media award. We want to recognize you. So can you please come to the front as I mention your name? Mr. Philip Keitani, Mildred Mugambi, Mary Onsarigo. In absentia, we have Mary Mwangi. And I don't know if Godfrey Onditi is still around. I can't see him there. So Margaret, you'll come and hand over to your judges. Sorry. Can somebody find Onditi? Oh, he left. Okay. So we have 3 judges here with us. And as you can see, they look very lovely. They put in a lot of effort in critiquing and going through each of these entries. And we want to recognize you for the excellent work that you did. We have something small there for you, so we'll hand it over. At least there is no green, so there is no money.
So thank you so much. Keep up. We believe that you did a good job and that you are objective, not subjective.
Thank you. A round of applause for him.
Thank you. Okay. So thank you so much, Mildred. And thank you for the tips. I'm sure those who submitted and were not able to get it will get it next time.
And that one matches your dress.
Yeah, yes.
So it was very thought out.
Oh, actually, yes. Thank you so much. Okay.
And then the next
now-
one,
Ruth,
Dr.
look at
Marion
this.
Sarigo.
Look at this, it just matches with her dress. So Mary, thank you so much. And thank you so much also for enticing us to take a holiday to
Australia.
I was just telling the High Commissioner that ISA is a pioneer of the Seeing is Believing study tours, and so the next one is definitely going to be in Australia, and we are soon submitting a budget for that to the High Commissioner.
Thank you very much, our judges. Another round of applause for
so
them.
much.
Okay, Margaret, still before you leave, you had special guests. And I think as our host, you need to also give your special guest something small in our African setting. I think it's proper. So I'll start off with the representative from AATF, Ms. Sophia. Please come forward. You'll be followed by Vitumbuko. Where is Vitu Chinoko? Are you still here? Oh. So you'll get 2 gifts.
It be night, but I dey get you bonjour. The thing you do me, they do me kung fu. This song I sing, I better it be for you, only you, pour me water.
So thank you
Holy
so much.
water.
Actually, for what you have been able to do, AATF has been so gracious because they have consistently supported this program, and we work together. We are in the same campus, and we really complement each other. And for that, they chose ISA to be the host of the Kenya chapter of Ofab Kenya, and we are so grateful for that. So please pass our appreciation and regards to the ED. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. And then we'll have Nakosti, represented by Dr. Marion Sarigo as well. Will be followed up by CEO for NBA, Professor Dorrington Ogoi. He'll be next.
So again, this is the government in Nakosti. We are told government has to be happy, and I believe Nakosti is happy with what we are doing in supporting the promotion of science, technology, and innovation, which is the mandate of Nakosti. So thank you so much, Mary. God bless you. Keep up the good work and keep up the partnership.
Thank you, Professor Dorrington Ogoi. Next will be Dr. Oscar Maganya.
Okay, so as I said earlier, the National Biosafety Authority ensures that whatever is approved or whatever is in the market is safe for us to eat as human beings, safe for our livestock, and safe for the environment. So thank you so much for the good work you're doing, and we'll celebrate with you the 10 years of excellence in biosafety. We can actually associate and relate with that work. Thank you so much. Keep up the good work.
Thank you. Dr. Oscar Maganya. I hope the government will be happy with this.
The big government, no more taxes. The government has to be red. So this is really the confidence that Ofab has in the government. Red is the color of confidence, and so we are so glad that we're partnering with the government, and we support the work that we are doing, and the journalists here are also our witnesses. So thank you so much. Call upon them. They'll be able to support the good work that government is doing.
Thank you
And
very
pass our
much.
regards to the PS.
And we have two special guests who are in absentia, but we'd want to just mention them and recognize them. We have USDA, the United States Department of Agriculture, that was supposed to be represented by Mr. Matt Snyder, alongside Caroline Kamau. We appreciate the collaboration. We also have the African Union for Development Agency, NEPAD, that was supposed to be represented by Dr. Silas Ogukosia. We recognize them in absentia. Last but not least, we want to recognize the DG for ILRI. I hope you get a date today, and you can use the gifts to share it. So a round of applause for him.
Now, I want to protest the
Tell
color
me why they
because
did
the DG pink. Pink. I'm vouching for his date. You know he has to.
Oh, okay.
So, Jimmy, we are so grateful. We enjoy the hosting, as I always say. Every time Ilri slaughters the experimental animals, never mind, although they're experimental, they're also safe. We always get a kilo or two to take home. And so we really enjoy that. Keep up, keep slaughtering. It's a while since it's a while since you slaughtered some. So thank you so much, Jimmy, for the good hosting. And I really pray that you get that date.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
Now you have something to give in return.
And then I think the icing on the cake to our chief guest of honor, His Excellency Luke Williams. We want to recognize you, so I'll ask you to come and receive a gift from Dr. Karembu. So a round of applause for him.
Adekaburu kwa Mandela, rudi kwa bibi Kinondoni, ambalulu kunjadela, mwanangu gigi simuoni.
So, High Commissioner, we really appreciate that you are able to come. I know many times when one is invited to be a chief guest of an event, there are always questions. What is behind? Why me? Why not someone else? But I can tell you, High Commissioner is a very courageous person because we have actually not met before. But he was able to come and we have graced us with such strong words of wisdom and also extended a warm welcome to our partnership with the Australian government, and we look forward to working very closely with you thereafter. We are already working with ASEA and we strengthen that relationship. So thank you so much. God bless you. Thank you so much.
So I think we are done. We'll now go to the vote of thanks, unless you have something small, Margaret, to tell your guests before they leave. After here, we go home. If you have one last thing you want to say.
It's just really a thank you and appreciation.
Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'll now give the vote of thanks. On behalf of the Open Forum for Agricultural Biotechnology Kenya chapter, which is Ofab, the organizing committee members of where I serve, led by Dr. Margaret Karembu, we want to thank you for gracing this occasion that is deemed as Ofab Media Awards Kenya 2021. We also want to thank the Almighty God for making this day's event a grand success. As you can see, even from the stage, the remnants of how we've enjoyed the celebration. Indeed, it was a blessing and grace that we were able to come here and to celebrate this event. For those who were not able to come, we hope that they will join us next year. Secondly, I wish to thank most sincerely our Chief Guest of Honor, His Excellency Luke Williams, who's the Australian High Commissioner to Kenya, for being kind enough to come to our event amidst your busy schedule. I think we had the task that you carry, and indeed you are a busy man, and thank you for even sitting in throughout this time. Today we had an opportunity to hear your thoughts and insights on science journalism, and this is definitely encouraging to all of us. Sir, on behalf of Ofab, we look forward to more opportunities for collaboration in the near future. Thirdly, I'd want to thank our Ofab judges for their dedicated time to review the submissions that they made. As we have all heard, this year's judges used their knowledge and experience in assessing the entries and ensured that we had the ideal winners that we've all seen. So thank you very much, Philip, Mildred, Mary Onsarigo, Mary Mwangi, and Godfrey Onditi for the excellent work. I'd also like to thank the Ofab Media Awards 2021 winners, starting off with Dennis Onsarigo, who works for Royal Media Services, for the TV category that he won and the overall winner, to Miss Mercy Murengu from African Business News Network. Congratulations for the work done. And also to Faith Kutere from Radio Maisha. Indeed, we heard that you guys came from very far, and even to create the time to be with us, we truly do not take it for granted. We also have members of representatives from the various media houses. I'm informed we have about 12 media houses in the room. And as you'll know, so they'll want to interview some of you, so do not be in a hurry to leave. Engage with them. As you've heard, they're good media friends of Ofab, and they'll not harass you as much. Indeed, the media, you are the reason for this celebration, and we thank you for ensuring that the public is armed with factual information about science and more specifically agricultural biotechnology. I now take this opportunity to thank all the participants that are here with us for agreeing to attend this great and memorable function organized. First of all, my sincere thanks for making it successful and memorable. Because if you were not here, we would not have reached where we are, and it would not have been this glamorous. What a wonderful celebration we've all had. And indeed, the members who joined us virtually, I'm informed we have about 133 virtual participants who joined us. So we also thank you for logging in and hope that with the COVID protocols in next year, 2022, we'll all be able to be in a bigger room and with safer precautions in place. Additionally, I'd want to thank all the chief guests who have made this event possible. AATF, NACOSTI, NBA, USDA, ILRI, AUDA, the government itself, Ministry of Agriculture. Thank you very much for your support. I also want to recognize our Bwana MC. I think he has indeed ensured that we've had a lively and vibrant event, and you've ensured that we did not even keep checking our time so that we can leave. So thank you for engaging us, and we hope that we'll keep doing this even in the near future. So lastly, I want to say thank you even to all of you for giving me this opportunity to grant this vote of thanks. God bless. So I believe you have something. We are free to leave. Is there a word? Do you want to? Yeah. So there'll be interviews, like I said. Please do not be in a hurry to leave if a media person engages with you. And then photos. If you want photos with the winners, they'll be here with us. So our winners, you can come back so that we take photos.
Lakini kwa vitabu utanisoma. Hizi ngori munashinda mukileta leo mtakoma. Disco matanga, disco ma, huwezi kunikosa. Majozi mchanja, majozi ma, siwezi nikakosa. Disco matanga, disco ma, huwezi kunikosa. Majozi mchanja, majozi ma, siwezi nikakosa.